Hello Warhammer Explorers. Before we dive in, hit subscribe so the next transmission isn't lost to the warp. Every click tells me to keep building this universe with you. What if the Fellowship arrived in Warhammer 40K? Gandalf the Grey stands again on the black slopes of Mount Doom, feeling a fresh tear where Sauron fell. He has called the Fellowship back, for that wound now reaches beyond the sky into a cold, strange dark. If they leave it, he warns, another war will pour through one day and drown the Shire and all free lands. So they choose together to follow the wound, to carry its burden away as they once bore the ring. Gandalf raises his staff, speaks a name of fire, and the world splits open around them. The sky over Virelia Prime screams, clouds twist into a whirl of sick green and white above Hive Helios, a tower city that claws at the heavens. Billions live in this one-stacked jungle of steel and concrete. Little lights burn in narrow windows. Smoke rises from 1,000 chimneys. Gun batteries ring the outer walls like teeth. On a high hab balcony, a girl named Lisa looks up from her work bucket. She has been washing ration tins for the mid-hive mess. Water drips from her rough hands. The air turns cold and sharp. She sees a crack open in the clouds, like a glowing cut across the sky. 9 points of light fall from that wound. They burn gold and white, not the sick warp green she has seen before. Not like the last time the sky screamed and plague poured down. "Mother!" Lysa cries, but her voice is lost in the roar. Far above, in the command bastion of Hive Helios, hollow screens flare red. Vox officers shout. Servo skulls buzz through the stale air, their metal skulls dangling paper purity seals. "Unscheduled warp breach," yells one officer. No ship signature, no Geller field data. It just opened. Lord Governor Severin Hale stands at the center of the room. His coat is old but fine, lined with fur from some dead noble beast. His eyes are tired. He has watched too many wars from this high tower. He grips the rail in front of him as the hololith shows the sky tear in bright lines. "Location?" he asks. "Directly over the outer Factorum Gate, my lord," answers a woman in flak armor. "The Manufactorum District." Another voice cuts the air like a blade. "And the cultists are already there." Inquisitor Varro Lyeth steps out of the shadows of the command bastion. He wears plain black armor under a long coat. The gold eye of the Inquisition hangs at his throat. His eyes are cold and sharp. His hand rests on the hilt of a power sword at his side. He nods once to the Lord Governor. "My acolytes report movement. The cult of the Bleeding Star gathers near that gate. They have waited for this. Something called to them." "A demonic incursion?" Hale asks, voice low. "Perhaps," Varro says. "Perhaps worse. Send the guard and signal the Astartes." He turns to a nearby Vox Adept. "Patch my voice through to the forward lines." Outside the hive, under dark walls and rusted gun towers, the wind carries the stink of promethium and ash. A line of Imperial Guard soldiers stands in muddy trenches facing the Factorum Gate. They wear dull green armor, chipped and stained. Laser guns rest in their hands. Many are shaking. Many look too young. Captain Elian Joros walks the line, shouting to stiffen them. "Eyes front. Bayonets fixed. You hold this gate or you die on it." Sirens wail from the walls. The sky tear glows brighter. The 9 lights grow closer. Then the cult appears. From broken warehouses and cracked roads, the cultists of the Bleeding Star rise like a wave. Their bodies are wrapped in dirty red robes. Some wear half-melted masks in the shape of a screaming star. Others show twisted flesh, extra eyes, clawed hands, symbols cut into skin. They chant in a harsh, ugly tongue. Behind them stomp traitor soldiers, once Imperial Guard, now turned. Their armour bears the same eagle as Captain Elian's men, but it is painted over with bloody stars. Heavy stubbers and stolen plasma guns glint in their hands. The guard line trembles. "Fire on my mark," Elian shouts. The 9 lights slam down between the two sides. There is no crater, no shockwave. The lights fold inward, become 9 shapes on the churned ground. Cloaks, boots, the gleam of mail and plate and simple blades. Men of Middle-earth stumble as 2 worlds slam together. Frodo Baggins lands hard on his knees in the mud. His hand goes at once to his chest, to the place where the ring once hung. A ghost weight presses there. It burns cold and sharp, as if the wound of the ring and the stab of the Morgul blade both wake at once. Samwise Gamgee lands beside him with a heavy thump. He wheezes, eyes wide. "Mr. Frodo, are you hurt?" "I am. Here," Frodo says. His voice shakes. The sky roars above them, full of smoke and strange stars. Meriadoc, Brandybuck and Peregrine took tumble head over heels into a shallow ditch, groaning and spitting mud. "That was worse than the road to Isengard," Merry mutters. "Speak for yourself," Pippin says, trying to stand and almost falling again. "At least there we knew which way was down." Gimli, son of Gloin, hits the ground on his feet. He plants his axe in the earth to steady himself. His beard bristles. "Bah! I have had rougher steps in the mines of Moria." Legolas of the Woodland Realm lands light as a leaf, though the air here feels heavy and foul. His keen eyes flash toward the cultists. "These are no orcs," he murmurs, "but they stink of a worse darkness." Boromir of Gondor strikes the ground and rises in one smooth motion, shield up, hand on his sword. Old shame flickers in his eyes, but there is steel there now, clean and sure. He looks from the strange soldiers in green to the red-robed horde. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, now King Elisar of Gondor, stands tall at the centre of them all. His cloak whips in the chill wind. Anduril, Flame of the West, hangs at his side. He feels the land under his boots and knows at once that this is not any place of Middle-earth. The sky is wrong. The smell is wrong. The heartbeat of the world is wrong. Last of all, Gandalf the Grey plants his staff in the mud. His hat is gone, blown away by the tearing of the worlds. His hair whips around his lined face. His eyes blaze. He feels the warp here, though he does not yet know its name. A sea of thought and hunger. A place where Sauron would have felt at home, and yet small. He turns his head a little. We are not alone. The Imperial Guard line stares. By the throne, whispers one young trooper. "Who are they?" "Mutants," another says. "Hold fire," Captain Elian calls, though his own hands twitch. Strangers in the middle of a kill zone are never good, but they stand between his line and the cult, and the light that brought them down felt clean. The cultists howl and surge forward. One raises a crooked staff. The air around its tip shimmers. A smear of red light gathers there, thick and sticky like blood. Gandalf feels that power and knows it's kin to Sauron's craft, but raw and wild. "Stay behind me," he calls to the hobbits. The red bolt lashes out toward Frodo. Gandalf slams his staff into the ground. Pale light bursts from it, a shield of white fire that meets the red bolt in midair. The two forces clash with a crack like stone breaking. The red twists and tries to bite. The white holds. Gandalf grits his teeth. The power here pushes back more strongly than in his own world. He feels the sea behind the bolt, a vast storm of mines and claws. "You shall not pass to him," Gandalf says softly. The white light flares, and eats the red. Codex note: unknown human template Psyker uses non-sanctioned but stable light-based power to counter warp charge without visible mutation. The cult line shudders as their leader's bolt snaps back and burns him. He screams and drops. Captain Elian sees his chance. First rank, fire. The guard line roars to life. Laser guns spit red beams in a long, steady sheet of light. Cultists fall. Traitor soldiers stagger and die. The air fills with the stink of burned flesh. Aragorn draws Anduril. The blade sings as if glad to be in battle once more. He looks back at his companions. "We have stepped into another war," he says. "But war is war. We will not stand idle." His eyes meet Frodo's. Frodo nods, face pale but set. "My friends," Aragorn calls, raising his voice so the strange soldiers might also hear. "Protect the small, break the dark, stand together. That is still our road." Sam swallows hard and grips his short sword. "I'll not let Mr. Frodo fall here," he mutters. "Not after all we went through." Merry and Pippin scramble from the ditch, drawing their blades. Fear shines in their eyes, but so does the wild courage that carried them through orc camps and siege towers. Legolas already has an arrow on his bow. He sights along it at a traitor with a heavy gun. The range is long, but his hand is steady. He looses. The arrow whistles through smoke and noise, and strikes true. The man falls. Gimli laughs once, a deep sound. "Strange field, same sport," he says, and charges toward the nearest cluster of cultists, axe whirling. Boromir lifts his shield and runs beside him. "Gondor stands, even in a strange land," he cries. Gandalf's light shields them from a second, weaker bolt as they charge. The cultists scream and try to fall back, but behind them strides something larger. A hulking shape of twisted metal and flesh, like a knight's coffin grafted to a tank. It walks on pounding metal legs. A heavy gun sticks from one arm, a huge claw from the other. A face, or something like one, presses from inside the warped metal, howling without sound. "By the throne," whispers Captain Elian, a hell brute, Chaos Space Marine entombed in a damned suit. He grabs his vox. "Command, this is First Company at Factorum Gate. We have a hell brute advancing. We need armor support now." The hell brute raises its gun arm. Bright shells slam into the hive wall, blasting chunks of stonecrete. Guardsmen die in a spray of red. Aragorn feels the shock of the shots under his boots. He looks up at the walking horror. "We have seen fell beasts," he says, "but not like this." Gimli grins with grim joy. "Big enough to be worth the swing." "Do not be foolish," Legolas says, eyes narrowed. "We must strike where it is weak." Gandalf feels the warp boil inside the machine. The soul trapped in there is broken and mad, bound to a foul power. If he attacks with all his light, the sea behind it will notice. But if he does nothing, the thing will tear the wall apart. He thinks of Frodo, of the Shire, of all the faces he swore to protect. He steps forward. "Stay close," he tells Frodo and Sam. "The wound we carry here is not only in your chest, Frodo. It is in the air itself. Do not listen to its whispers." Frodo nods, though he already hears them. Small voices, sliding between his thoughts. Promises of rest, of power, of an end to carrying any weight, if he only gives in. He grips the place where the ring once lay, until his fingernails dig into his own skin. "I remember what that cost," he whispers. "I will not wear any chain again." The hellbrute roars and charges. From the sky above, new fire falls. Great metal pods streak down, wrapped in flame. They slam into the ground ahead of the guard line, between the hellbrute and the hive wall. Hatches blast open. Towering warriors in blue armor step out through clouds of steam and dust. Each warrior stands as tall as 2 men. Their armor is thick and curved, marked with white omega symbols and gold trim. Heavy guns hang from their arms. Swords and hammers rest on their backs. Their eyes glow behind helmet lenses. Adepta Sororitas, breathed Captain Elian. The Ultramarines, the Emperor's giant warrior monks. One of the blue-armored giants steps forward. His helm bears a red stripe. A white laurel is painted over his eye lens. I am Captain Gaius Draconis of the Ultramarines' 5th Company. His vox-amplified voice booms. You stand in the path of the Emperor's wrath, servants of chaos. You will be destroyed. The Hellbrute answers with a scream and a volley of fire. The Ultramarines move with shocking speed for their size. Blue armor surges, bolt guns bark, firing mass reactive shells. Each shot hits like a tiny rocket, punching into cultists and traitors and exploding inside them. Bodies burst. The front line of the cult breaks. Gandalf feels the strange, cold faith in these warriors. It is sharp and hard, built on a man not yet seen but felt in every phrase. The Emperor, a king who never walks, but whose will still drives whole armies. He steps up beside Captain Gaius, staff still glowing. Gaius turns his helm slightly, noticing the small, robed figure at his side. Identify, he demands. You are not registered Xenos. You came through the breach. I am Gandalf the Grey, Gandalf says. These are my friends. We carry a wound in the world, and we will not see it widen. Gaius does not understand all the words, but the tone is clear. The old figure stands firm in the open, between guns and monsters. The light around his staff hurts Gaius's eyes even through his helm filters, but it does not feel like the warp. It feels like the first golden light of a new day. Then fight, Gaius says simply. Prove your words. He charges the Hellbrute, power sword drawn, its edge crackling with blue light. 2 other Ultramarines run with him, their boots pounding the broken ground. Gandalf lifts his staff. Aragorn, Boromir, now! The men of Gondor run at the giant machine from the side. Legolas's arrows hammer at joints and eye slits. Gimli's axe bites into a twisted leg plate, sparks flying. The Hellbrute kicks out. The blow would crush a normal man. But Aragorn rolls aside at the last instant. The edge of the metal foot grazes his shoulder. Pain flares. He grunts and gains his feet again, Anduril raised. Boromir lifts his shield and takes a glancing hit on the rim. The force slams him back into the mud. He coughs blood, but forces himself up. Gaius reaches the Hellbrute. His power sword swings in a blue arc and bites into the machine's claw arm. The energy field around the blade tears through cursed metal. The claw comes free in a shower of sparks and oil. The Hellbrute roars and slams its other fist into Gaius's chest. The captain flies back, armor dented. He lands hard, systems whining. Gandalf steps in. He calls not on the nameless sea around him, but on the memory of the secret fire he once served, far away. Light surges from his staff, pure and white. It wraps the Hellbrute, not in a blast, but in chains of light that sink into metal and flesh. The warp inside the machine shrieks. The trapped soul thrashes. The light does not burn it away. It holds it. It remembers mercy even as it binds. Be still, Gandalf says. His voice is soft but full of command. Your war is not here. The Hellbrute freezes. Its gun arm droops. The roar dies to a low, broken sob inside the metal shell. Gimli steps back, chest heaving. You could not have done that before we ran at it, he says, beard bristling. Gandalf smiles faintly. Courage must sometimes run before wisdom, my friend. Around them, The guard line and the Ultramarines finish breaking the cult. The last traitor soldiers try to flee, but last fire and bolt rounds cut them down. The Factorum gate stands, blackened but unbroken. Frodo sinks to his knees again, gasping. The moment Gandalf bound the Hell Brute, the wound in his chest flared white hot. For a second he saw not the battlefield, but a storm of screaming faces and red hands reaching. Sam grabs his shoulders. "Mr. Frodo, stay with me." "I am here," Frodo whispers. "The wound. It does not like this place. Or it does. I cannot tell." Gandalf hears him. He frowns. The cost has begun to show. Lord Governor Hale watches the battle on a holoscreen in his command bastion. He sees the blue-armoured Ultramarines, the guard lines, the strange small figures and robed man of light. He sees the Hellbrute stop as if held by invisible chains. "What in the throne's name is that?" he asks. Inquisitor Varro stands beside him, arms folded. His eyes are narrowed. "That, Lord Governor, is why I ordered you to hold fire when the unknown signatures appeared. I did not expect this, but the warp tear spat them out, and they can touch its power without dying at once." "Are they a blessing?" Hale asks, "or a new curse?" Varro does not answer at once. He watches Gandalf on the screen, then Frodo doubled over in pain while the small man beside him holds him, eyes wide with simple fear and simple love. "Both," Varro says at last. "I will speak with them myself. Have Captain Gaius bring them in, under guard." "Under guard?" Hale asks. "They just saved our gate." Varro's voice turns like ice. "So do many weapons, Lord Governor, before they turn in the user's hand. I will not have a second eye of terror here because you were grateful." Hale flinches at the name. The Eye of Terror, the great warp storm that roars at the edge of the galaxy, swallowing whole worlds. Even his far, poor hive knows that name. He nods. "Very well, I will have the halls cleared." On the ash-streaked field, Captain Gaius walks toward Gandalf and Aragorn. His armor bears fresh dents. Oil and blood stain his boots. He removes his helm. His face is scarred and stern. Faint data runes glow around his eyes. "You fight well," he says simply. "In ways I do not know. The Inquisition demands your presence. You will come to the Hive Bastion at once." Aragorn meets his gaze. The captain towers over him. But Aragorn is a king who has stood before Sauron's eye and not broken. He does not bow, but he inclines his head in respect. "We will go," Aragorn says. "This is your land. We are strangers. We will answer as we can. And we will tell you what we must," Gandalf adds. "But I will not give you names that should not be spoken in this world. I have seen what such names do." Gaius studies him, then nods once. "The Inquisitor will not care for half-truths," he says, "but he will care that you held back the warp without turning. Walk with us, and do not reach for your weapons unless I do." Sam glances at Frodo, then at the giant warrior. "Mr. Frodo?" he asks softly. Frodo's face is still pale, but his eyes are clear. "We came to guard a wound," he says. "We cannot do that by hiding. We must know this world if we are to help it." Sam straightens. "Then I suppose we're going to talk to their Inquisitor," he says, tasting the strange word. Pippin leans close to Merry. "At least we're not going to another Council of Elrond," he whispers. Those speeches went on for days. Merry snorts despite himself. "Careful what you wish for," he says. "These people seem to like speeches too." They are led toward an armoured transport. The vehicle rumbles like a caged beast. An eagle of steel is bolted to its prow. Guardsmen line the path, watching them with wide, suspicious eyes. As they ride toward the hive, Frodo looks out through a narrow firing slit. He sees rows of burned-out hab blocks, bodies in the streets, children being pulled away from the dead by weeping parents. Smoke hangs like a grey curtain over everything. "This is worse than the Pelennor," he says softly. Sam nods, jaw tight. "Looks like Mordor crawled out and spread itself thin," he says. "Only there's no clear line between good and bad here. Just folk trying to live." Gandalf hears that and files it away. He feels the wound in Frodo's chest pulse with every street they pass. The tear between worlds still hangs in the sky, not as bright now, but still open. It tugs at Frodo like a hook. In the command bastion, Lord Governor Hale stands waiting when the transport arrives. Inquisitor Varro stands beside him, flanked by two silent figures in red armor, their helmets shaped like stern, holy faces. Sisters of battle, Adepta Sororitas, warrior nuns of the Emperor's Church. The Fellowship steps into the great hall. It smells of oil, incense, and fear. Frodo feels small under the high vaulted ceiling. Statues of armored men and grim-faced saints loom over them. Massive banners hang from the walls, showing a golden two-headed eagle on black. Aragorn feels the weight of this place. It is a king's hall, and yet not. The king here is absent everywhere and nowhere. His face is the symbol with many heads. Lord Governor Hale walks down the steps to meet them. He bows, just a little, more from habit than respect. "I am Severin Hale, Lord Governor of Veralia Prime," he says. "By the Emperor's grace, you stand in his realm." Aragorn bows in return. "I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, king of Gondor and Arnor," he says. "By grace beyond my own, I stand in yours." Hale blinks. He had not expected another king. He glances at Varro. Inquisitor Varro steps forward. His gaze sweeps the Fellowship, weighing and measuring each. Gandalf's staff, Frodo's thin, scarred hand at his chest, Sam's stubborn jaw, Legolas's bow, Gimli's axe, Boromir's shield with its white tree, Merry and Pippin, wide-eyed but standing close, Aragorn's sword that seems to glow faintly even in this dim hall. "I am Inquisitor Varro Lyeth, Ordo Hereticus," he says. "I hunt corruption in mind and soul. You came through a warp breach without ship, without shielding, without license. You wield power that does not bear the Emperor's mark. You will explain." Gandalf's eyes meet his. "We came through a wound," he says. "We did not make it. We followed it to keep it from spilling into our home. We carry part of that wound with us now. If we had not come, I think your world would have still been cut. It would only have been empty of us." Varro considers this. "You speak as if you are servants of some other power," he says. "One that dares to act without the Emperor's light." "We serve the good of all free folk," Aragorn says. "We served no throne for many years, only the need to stand against the Dark Lord of our world. We are no strangers to shadow. We know its taste." Frodo steps forward a little, though Sam hisses his name. "We know what it is to carry a piece of the dark and not let it rule you," he says. His hand presses again at his chest. "That is why we came, to keep others from bearing what I bore alone." Varro's gaze sharpens. "You carry a shard of this wound in your body." Frodo hesitates. "Not in the way you think," he says. "A burden can be more than steel and stone." Gandalf cuts in. "Inquisitor, you know your world. We do not, but we saw your people dying under that gate. We did not stand aside. Judge us by that for now, if you must judge." Varro's jaw tightens. "I do not judge lightly," he says, "but I do judge, and I do not trust anything that comes from the warp. The last time a gift came through an unsanctioned tear, it ate 3 systems. He turns to a nearby officer. Show them. A hollow screen flickers to life. It shows a map of space, stars and lines. One region is marked with a swirling red icon. This is the Galis Rift, Varro says. 30 years ago, a small tear opened there. A thing came through. A relic, they said. A gift. Priests and captains fought over it. In the end it broke, and the rift ate ships and planets until we burned it from the stars. The Fellowship watches in silence as tiny icons of worlds wink out on the map. Varro looks back at them. Now, again, a tear opens. New tools step out. You speak of good and free folk. The last ones to speak such things were rebels and witches. So, you will be watched. You will not leave this hive without escort, and you will help us close that wound, or I will kill you myself before I let this world burn. The threat is calm, not shouted. That makes it heavier. Aragorn nods slowly. You speak as a man who has seen his own Pelennor field many times, he says. We will accept your watch. We will help you. Not because of your threat, but because we came for that very purpose. Varro's eyes move to Gandalf. And you? Gandalf's gaze is steady. My oath is older than your stars, he says quietly. But it still binds me to stand where shadow falls. I will not see this world turn to another Mordor. I will help you hold that wound if you will let me. But I will not bow to a fear that kills all that does not match your pattern. Not again. The word again hangs in the air like smoke. Lord Governor Hale steps between them, sensing the tension. We can argue doctrine when the sky is not torn, he says. Inquisitor, what is the current threat assessment? Varro turns toward a tactical display. Astropathic choirs report a build-up in the warp near the tear, he says. Something is moving behind it. A fleet or a host. Perhaps both. I sent word to the Segmentum command, but the warp storms slow all messages. For now, we are alone. Captain Gaius, standing near the edge of the hall, speaks. Our strike cruiser still hangs in orbit, he says. We can hold off a raiding force, not a full Black Crusade. Is that what this is? Hale asks, voice small. Varro shakes his head. No, not yet. But my acolytes say the cults whisper of Kharzur the Unbound now, a Chaos Lord of the Black Legion. He favors new toys, new doors. He looks back at Frodo. He will smell your wound, halfling. He will want it. If he takes you, the tear will widen. This hive, this world, perhaps this whole subsector will die screaming. The room is very quiet. Sam steps in front of Frodo at once, small body tense. He'll not have him, Sam says. Not while I live. Varro actually smiles, a thin slice of respect. Good. Then you will guard him, and we will guard you. And together, we may yet see another dawn on this wretched rock. He gestures to the map. We have little time. The cult at the gate was only the first bite. The rest of the jaw is still coming down. We must form a plan. Gandalf nods. Then let us plan, he says. We have seen towers fall and kings die. We have walked into hopeless wars before, and we have walked out again, though not all of us. We know what it is to lose and still stand. He looks at Frodo, at Boromir, at all of them. The cost shows in every scar. Varro gestures. Servo skulls drift down with hollow projectors. Maps of the hive and the surrounding wastelands light up the air. Troop positions, supply lines, strange red zones that mark warp-tainted ground. As they begin to speak of lines and gates, of flanks and fire zones, Frodo stands a little apart. He looks up through a high window at the sky. The tear still hangs there, faint but real. It glows like an old wound that never healed. He feels it pull at him, whispering, "Come back, come deeper. You are mine. He remembers the eye of Sauron on him and how close he came to falling. He remembers Sam's hand on his, Gandalf's voice, Aragorn's steady gaze, Legolas's smile, Gimli's laughter, Merry and Pippin's stubborn hope, Boromir's last stand. He straightens his back. "No," Frodo whispers to the unseen sea beyond the sky. "I carried you once. I will not be your door now." The whisper grows louder, almost a roar. For a heartbeat, he sees a vision. A giant clad in black and gold armor, eyes blazing, a demon's sword in his hand, walking through a larger tier toward this hive. Behind him swarm warriors and monsters. The world burns in their wake. Frodo gasps and staggers. Sam grabs him. "What is it?" he asks. Frodo looks at Gandalf. "He is coming," Frodo says. "The one who wants the wound. I saw him. A great warrior in black and gold. Fire in his eyes." Varro's head snaps around. "Describe him," he says sharply. Frodo does, as best he can. Varro's face turns grim. "Kharzur the Unbound," he says. "He has found us faster than I hoped." Captain Gaius's hand tightens on his sword hilt. "Then we will meet him," he says. "On the walls, in the streets, or in the void. It matters not." Gandalf feels the air thicken. The war has truly begun now. Their choice on Mount Doom has led them here, to stand between a new Dark Lord and a world that has never heard the songs of the Shire. He rests his hand gently on Frodo's shoulder. "We know the shape of this road," he murmurs. "It is steep, it is long, but we do not walk it alone." Outside, the sky tear pulses once, as if in answer. The first distant shapes of a Chaos fleet flicker at the edge of the system's auger range, unseen by most, but already closing. Up to now, the Fellowship has followed a wound in the world into the grim future of Warhammer 40K. They helped defend a Hive City gate, met the Imperium's leaders, and learned that a Chaos Lord named Kharzur the Unbound is coming for Frodo's hidden scar. Night falls on Virelia Prime like a lid closing. The hive lights glow weak and sickly under the torn sky. Smoke from the battle still hangs over the Factorum gate. Searchlights sweep the wastes. In the deep dark between hives, small fires burn where cultists once hid. In the Medicae halls, the cost is being counted. Sam sits on a metal bench beside Frodo's cot. The room smells of disinfectant and blood. Wounded guardsmen lie on rows of stretchers. Servo arms move down the lines, stitching and sealing. Frodo's face is pale. Sweat beads his brow. Every time the warp tear pulses outside, a shiver runs through him. The invisible wound in his chest flares and then dulls. Sam wipes his friend's forehead with a damp cloth. "You're not going anywhere without me," he says softly. "Not into some warp, not into some Chaos Lord's hand. We came here together." Frodo gives a weak smile. "You always were stubborn, Sam." At the far end of the hall, a Sister of Battle stands guard. Her red and black armor gleams in the harsh Medicae light. A white fleur-de-lis marks her breastplate. Her helmet is off. Her hair is cut short. Her eyes never leave the hobbits for long. Her name is Sister Celeste. She watches Frodo's pain with a face carved from stone. She watches Sam's care with the same stillness. In her heart, a question turns. Are these small strangers saints or snares? Gandalf steps into the hall. His grey robes look out of place among metal and tubes, but somehow they fit all the same. The light of the Medicae lamps reflects off his staff. "How is he?" Gandalf asks quietly. Sam looks up. "He hurts when the sky does," he says, like it's tugging at him from the inside. Gandalf nods, grave. "I feared as much. The wound we followed here is not just in the air. It has found him again." Sister Celeste approaches. He should be in stasis, she says. The Ordo Xenos would freeze such a specimen. Hold him still, study the link. Sam bristles. He's not a thing in a jar, he says. Celeste's eyes narrow, but there is no cruelty there, only hard duty. He is a soul at risk, she says, and a threat if that soul is taken. Gandalf meets her gaze. You are not wrong, he says. But if you freeze him, you freeze our hope with him. He has walked through such shadows before and not broken. That matters. Celeste studies Frodo. The small hobbit stares back, tired but steady. I see no warrior, she says. I did not either when I first met him, Gandalf answers. Yet he carried a burden no army could have borne. Sometimes the smallest hands hold the most important lines. Before Celeste can reply, a Vox speaker crackles in the hall. Emergency to all command staff, a voice barks. Cult activity detected in mid-hive hab sectors, Gamma through Epsilon. Multiple fires. Possible demon sign. All available units to staging area Aurum. Gandalf straightens. So soon, he murmurs. Sister Celeste reaches for her helmet. We take this to the chapel, she says. The Inquisitor has called a council of war. You will attend. The wounded one will stay under guard. Sam half rises. I'm not... Frodo catches his hand. Sam, he says, stay. If something happens, I want you here. Sam looks torn, but the fear in Frodo's voice decides him. He squeezes Frodo's fingers. Then I'll be here, he says. You go talk to your inquisitors and your governors. I'll guard this end. Gandalf nods to them both, then turns, his staff tapping softly on the metal floor, and follows Celeste out into the hive. The chapel is built like a fortress inside a fortress. Thick stone, walls, iron doors, rows of burning candles under images of a crowned, blindfolded man on a throne of skulls. Incense coils in the air like slow smoke. Servitors swing heavy braziers back and forth. Officers, priests, and warriors fill the hall. Lord Governor Hale stands near the altar, cloak drawn tight against the chill. Captain Gaius Draconis of the Ultramarines waits beside him, helmless, arms folded. Inquisitor Varro stands before the altar itself, head bowed. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Merry, Pippin, Boromir and Gandalf enter together. They draw looks at once. Some are wary, some are hopeful, some are fearful. A priest in red and gold steps forward and spreads his arms. Welcome, strangers, he says. You stand in the house of the Emperor on this world. Gandalf inclines his head. We stand where we must, he replies, even in houses not our own. Varro raises his head. Good, he says, because we will soon need you in every house from the Underhive to the spires if we are to live through the next day. He gestures to a great wall map behind the altar. It shows the hive in layers. Lower habs, mid-hive, spire districts, outer walls, sewer routes. Red sigils bloom on the mid-levels like sores. The cult of the Bleeding Star was only one head of this serpent, Varro says. Our agents report uprisings in 3 mid-hive sectors. They are moving toward key Vox relay towers and shield generators. If they take those, they can blind our gunners and open the city to orbital strikes. Lord Governor Hale rubs his temples. We barely held the gate, he says. If we lose the mid-hive, the whole city will tear itself apart from inside. Captain Gaius nods, face grim. The Emperor teaches us to meet the foe where he is strongest, he says. We will take strike squads into the mid-hive, cut off the cult at the neck. Varro shakes his head. You are few, Captain, he says. Your company cannot be everywhere, and these strangers are not bound to any command. They move oddly, think oddly. That can be useful in the maze of the mid-hive, or dangerous. Gimli snorts. We are no one's hounds, he says, but we are good at finding dark corners. Legolas's eyes trace the map. These towers, he says, pointing at 3 slim icons. They stand high, yes. Open to the air. Hale nods. They rise through the habstacks, he says. Old designs. There are bridges and walkways between them. Legolas smiles slightly. Then they are bows waiting for arrows, he says. Pippin frowns. Or arrows waiting for bows, he whispers to Merry. Merry elbows him lightly. Hush. You'll confuse them and yourself. Aragorn steps closer to the map. You say your enemy wants these towers, he says. So did Sauron once, when he reached for the great beacons of Gondor. Then, too, our foes crept through the dark places to strike at light and signal. Varro looks at him sharply. And what did you do? We did not wait up high for them to come, Aragorn says. We sent men into the same dark. We moved along paths they did not think we knew. We used the ways the poor use, the forgotten doors. We cut their lines before their blades reached our throats. He looks at the crowded chapel. This city has such paths. Every great tower does. Several hive officers exchange glances. One of my majors knows the waste tunnels, Hale says slowly. We never had the men to patrol them well. Too many miles, too many bends. Gandalf taps his staff once. Then there is our road, he says. We go where your regular soldiers cannot. We come up where the enemy thinks himself safe. Varro's eyes narrow. You propose to let our line troops bleed while you creep in the shadows, he says. That smells of cowardice. Gimli bristles. Say that again and I will show you what a dwarf calls courage, he growls. Boromir raises a hand, calm but firm. Inquisitor, we know both kinds of war, he says. Shield wall and hidden march. We have stood on ramparts with the sun on our backs and charged straight into the enemy's teeth. But we also once walked paths under mountains to turn a battle no army could have won in the open. He touches the scar on his chest, where arrows once struck. We are not afraid to bleed, he says quietly, but we are afraid to waste that blood. Varro studies him for a long moment. Our doctrine says heretics must be met with overwhelming force, he says. Crush them so completely that others fear to rise. But our numbers are thin. Our foes are many. Perhaps knives in the dark have their place. Captain Gaius nods. The Codex Astartes speaks of strike missions, he says. Small squads, precise targets. You would be like one such squad. We could tie your work to our own. He points at the map. We drop from the sky onto the first tower, he says. Your fellowship uses the waste tunnels to come up beneath the second. The guard holds the streets between, so any who run break on their guns. Hale looks ill at the thought of so many fights, but he nods. If we do nothing, the cult takes all 3 towers, he says. We must divide them, confuse them, force them to defend too many fronts at once. Varro turns back to the fellowship. You will go with an escort, he says. One of my acolytes will watch, and a sister. Celeste steps forward. Her helmet snaps into place. Her voice comes out through her vox grill, firm and clear. I will walk with them, she says. If they turn, I will end them. If they stand, I will stand. Gandalf nods. That is fair, he says. We ask trust where we have not earned it. It is right you bring both sword and eye. Merry's eyes widen. We're going into tunnels again, he mutters. Pippin sighs. At least there's no Balrog this time, he says. Gandalf glances at the ceiling as if considering whether to argue with fate. Let us hope, he murmurs. The waste tunnels of Hive Helios are like the veins of a giant corpse. Pipes rattle overhead. Sludge runs in open channels. The air smells of oil, rot, and old smoke. Rats the size of cats dart along the walls. In the distance, machines thrum. Aragorn leads the way, a small lumen stick in his hand. The dull glow paints his face in pale light. Behind him walk Legolas and Gimli. Gandalf follows, staff dim to avoid drawing too much of the warp's attention. Merry and Pippin whisper to each other in the middle. Boromir brings up the rear with Sister Celeste and a squad of 10 guardsmen in flak armor. The guardsmen shift uneasily. Their boots splash in shallow pools. Their lasguns are tight in their hands. One, a young woman named Kira, glances at Merry. "You really fought orcs?" she asks in a low voice. Merry nods. "And worse," he says. "Orcs are almost simple once you know them." Kira swallows. "I wish we had enemies that simple," she says. Legolas raises a hand. "Quiet," he whispers. "Listen." The tunnel ahead opens into a larger chamber. Voices echo from it, chanting in the same harsh tongue the cult used at the gate. The air tastes hotter. Aragorn motions for the group to halt. He moves forward alone, as a ranger again, light steps silent on the damp stone. He reaches a gap in the wall and peers through. The chamber beyond is a wide cistern, long since dry. Rusted pumps stand like dead trees. In the center, cultists gather around a circle of crude symbols drawn in blood and filth. 3 robed figures stand at the edges of the circle, arms raised. Their voices weave together into a hard, stabbing song. Over them looms a shadow. It is not a full demon, not yet. More like a stain in the air, a warped place where the light bends wrong. But eyes open inside it, one after another, hungry, knowing, looking straight toward Aragorn's hiding place. He feels them like hooks under his skin. He pulls back at once, breath sharp. Gandalf steps up beside him. "What do you see?" he asks. "A shadow that looks back," Aragorn says quietly. "They are summoning something. If they finish, it will come through." Gandalf frowns. "We must break their song," he says. "But if I strike with full power, the sea that waits will feel it. It may rush in faster." Celeste grips her bolter. "I can kill the singers," she says. "1 burst each. The rest will break when their leaders fall." Gandalf considers. "Your guns will wake the hive," he says, "but that may be needed anyway." Aragorn thinks of Helm's Deep, of standing in the deeping wall while orcs hammered at the gate. He looks at the cistern again. He sees the cultists, the half-born shadow, the old pumps and the rusted edges. He smiles, thin and sudden. "Gimli," he whispers, "can you break that beam?" Gimli peers through the gap. He sees a rusted support beam over the circle. It holds a mass of old machinery and stone above the cultists. Time and damp have eaten it. It hangs by only a few strong points. "Aye," he says slowly, "if I get under it and swing true." "Legolas," Aragorn says, "if Gimli does, can you hit that chain?" He points at a length of corroded chain attached to a higher pump. Legolas nods without even looking. "If I can see it, I can strike it," he says. Aragorn turns to Celeste. "When the beam falls," he says, "your gun will not be the first loud sound. But if any of the leaders live, end them." Celeste's eyes narrow behind her helm. "You would bury them in their own filth," she says. "It is kinder than the war they call," Aragorn replies. He turns to the guardsmen. "You will hold the exits," he says. "No one runs to warn the others." Kira nods, throat tight. "Yes, sir," she says, without even thinking about calling him a king. Gandalf lays a hand on Aragorn's arm. "You have grown used to this kind of war," he says. Aragorn's face is grim. I had good teachers, he answers. Some were mistakes. Gimli slips into the cistern chamber first, as quiet as a dwarf can be. The cultist's chanting covers the sound of his boots. He moves along the shadow of the wall until he stands under the rusted beam. He plants his feet and hefts his axe. Kharzur, he whispers to himself, for all the holes I've crawled through. He swings. The axe bites deep into the beam. Rust and old metal shriek. The sound cuts through the chant. Heads turn. The beam gives way. Half the ceiling comes down in a crash of stone and rust and old machines. It smashes into the circle, crushing cultists and extinguishing parts of the drawn symbols. The half-born shadow shrieks, its half-formed eyes exploding into black smoke. At the same moment, Legolas's arrow blurs through the falling dust and strikes the chain. The chain snaps. A heavy pump engine swings down like a pendulum and slams into the far side of the circle, scattering robed figures like dolls. Celeste steps into the opening and fires 3 sharp bursts from her bolter. Each shell is a tiny rocket. They punch through the chests of 3 surviving leaders and explode inside them. Red mist sprays the stones. The rest of the cult breaks. Some scream and try to flee. They run straight into the lines of guardsmen at the exits. Last fire flashes in the gloom. The cultists fall, some with prayers to their dark gods still on their lips. Gandalf steps into the ruined chamber. He raises his staff, but this time the light is gentle. A soft white glow that washes over the broken circle. The torn shadow writhes, trying to form again. It reaches for Frodo's unseen scar, for the warped tear above the hive. Gandalf speaks in a tongue older than this universe. The soft light presses down. It does not burn the shadow away, but it pushes it back, like a door being closed. Not yet, he says. You may howl at the edge, but you do not pass here. The shadow thins and thins, then vanishes with a faint hiss. Codex note. Cross-refer subtractive warding, rare technique that denies demonic manifestation by removing local resonance instead of direct banishment. Merry and Pippin step carefully over broken stone. Well, Pippin says, voice shaking a little. That was shorter than Moria. Merry nods. And only slightly less likely to kill us, he mutters. Gimli pulls his axe free from a chunk of stone, grunting. If this world has so many rotten beams, I may grow fond of it, he says. Legolas looks up through a crack, where a small piece of sky is visible. The warp tear's sick glow seeps through even there. He frowns. The shadow we saw was tied to that wound, he says. It knew us. It knew Frodo. Gandalf nods slowly. Our enemies are learning, he says. They test our strength, see how we fight. The next move will not be so clumsy. Celeste steps closer to the broken circle and looks down at the mangled symbols. You spared many of my sisters from facing that demon in open ground, she says. You also kept it from feeding on thousands of souls above. This was good work. Her voice softens just a fraction. The Emperor does use strange tools. Aragorn inclines his head. We use what we have, he says. Sometimes that is a hammer. Sometimes it is a broken beam. Kira and the other guardsmen look half in awe, half in shock. They have seen battles before, but they have not seen a king and a dwarf bring down a hall on a cult like that. Orders? Kira asks. Gandalf looks at the ruined circle. Destroy all these marks, he says. Salt the ground if you can. Do not let them use this place again. Celeste nods. We will burn it, she says. Fire is still a good prayer. They move on. The assaults on the towers begin. At the first tower, Captain Gaius and a squad of Ultramarines drop from their strike cruiser in a cluster of blazing pods. They hit the tower's upper platforms like meteors. Bolters roar, chainswords scream. Cultists and traitor guards die in droves. At the second, the Fellowship and Celeste climb up through maintenance shafts and forgotten stairwells to burst from a service hatch onto a mid-level balcony. The air is full of smoke and screaming. Cultists are already fighting with loyal guard squads on overhead bridges. At the third, the Hive's own PDF fight for every stair and walkway, led by a grizzled colonel with a bionic eye. They are outnumbered but stubborn. The camera stays on the Fellowship. As they step onto the balcony, a heavy stubber opens up from across the shaft, spitting bullets. Stone chips fly. A guardsman behind them falls with a cry. Aragorn shouts and throws himself behind a support pillar. "Down," he calls. Gimli ducks behind a vent stack. "They have nasty crossbows in this age," he says. Legolas peeks out long enough to send an arrow across the gap. It strikes the gunner in the throat. The stubber falls silent. Pippin stares at the dead man, then at Legolas. "That was very far," he says. Legolas's face is calm, but his eyes are troubled. "Distance does not make the death lighter," he replies. They push forward. The tower interior is a maze of walkways, staircases, and control rooms. Vox wires hang in bundles from the ceiling. Sparks fly from damaged panels. Somewhere above, a klaxon wails. They meet pockets of cultists on every level. Some charge with knives and pistols, screaming praises to dark gods. Others hide behind broken console banks and shoot from cover. The Fellowship fights with care. Aragorn and Boromir move like seasoned captains. They shout orders to guardsmen who have never heard of Gondor, but the tone is clear. "Shields forward," Boromir yells, grabbing one man's battered riot shield and pushing him into position. "Lays guns over the rims. Hold." They turn a panicked mob into a rough wall in seconds. When the cultists crash into it, they break. Last fire from behind the shields cuts them down. Gimli watches the shield line take a hit meant for him and grins. "You would have made a fine dwarf, Boromir," he says. Merry and Pippin stay close to the guards' flanks. They dart in to trip cultists, to stab low at legs, to drag wounded soldiers out of the line of fire. Small hands move fast where big ones cannot. At one point, a cultist lunges from a side door toward a medic bent over a fallen trooper. Pippin, almost by reflex, throws himself between them. His little sword flashes. The cultist falls. He looks at his blade, shocked. Merry grabs his shoulder. "You did what you had to," he says firmly. "You saved a life. That counts." Pippin nods, swallowing hard, and wipes the blade on his sleeve. Legolas uses his arrows not just to kill, but to shape the fight. He snaps shots at overhead chains and supports, dropping catwalk segments to block cult advance routes. He targets weapon hands and legs when he can, disarming and disabling rather than killing if it will not risk the line. Celeste notices. "You spare where you can," she says between bursts from her bolter. "Death is a last answer," Legolas replies. "Not a first." The Emperor teaches that mercy is for the innocent, not for those who would damn millions, Celeste says. "The ones you call heretics were once children too," Legolas answers. "Somewhere along the road, no one taught them better." Celeste has no answer for that. She just fires again at a cult leader who is about to throw a grenade. Gandalf's role is more careful. He uses his power in small ways, fearing the warp's hungry attention. A flash of light to blind a charging brute. A wall of force to catch a falling guardsman before he drops into the shaft. A whispered word to make a door lock in just the right moment. Each use draws a faint ache behind his eyes. The warp presses back, curious and annoyed. At one point, a rip in reality opens on a stair landing ahead. It is small but growing, like a glowing wound. From beyond it, something clawed and roaring tries to push through. Gandalf steps forward and plants his staff. "No," he says. The word carries weight. The little breach shudders and closes with a pop. Gimli blinks. "I like this new trick of yours," he says. Gandalf smiles wearily. "Every trick costs," he murmurs. After hours of hard fighting, they reach the main Vox control chamber. It is a wide room ringed with consoles. Huge amplifier arrays hang from the ceiling. A single large window looks out over the hive. In the center of the room, a group of robed tech priests lie dead around the main control throne, their mechadendrites twitching weakly. On the throne sits a cult magus. He wears a ragged robe over mismatched armor. His face is hidden behind a mask shaped like a star with too many points. His hands rest on the command runes. As the fellowship enters, the magus presses one final rune. Outside, the tower's spire lights flash red. In the streets below, some Imperial guns go silent. Others swivel in the wrong direction. Whole Vox bands fill with gibbering laughter instead of orders. "You are too late," the magus croaks. His voice is strange, as if layered with others. "The signal is ours. The sky will hear our praise." Gandalf steps forward. "Your praise will be your doom," he says, and many others besides step away. The magus laughs, high and cracked. "You are not of this world, old thing," he says, "but you stink of the same fear. You think light can hold back the sea forever. It cannot." His mask turns toward Frodo's absence, as if he can sense the hobbit, even when he is not here. "He is our door," the magus rasps, "our key, our—" An arrow takes him in the chest. Legolas lowers his bow. "He talked too much," he says. The magus slumps, but the consoles keep humming. The wrong messages still fly. Aragorn moves to the throne. Strange symbols glow and shift across the interface. He hesitates, hand hovering. "I do not know this craft," he says. "It is not like our beacons." Gandalf watches the patterns. Some match the rhythm of the warp tear. Some match the pattern of the cult chants they heard below. "I cannot break all of it from here," Gandalf says, "but I can loosen some knots." He grips his staff with both hands and touches its tip lightly to the side of the throne. For a moment, the room is full of whispering. The machine spirits that live in the Vox arrays mutter in half-understood binary prayers. The warp presses in. Gandalf speaks softly, not to the warp, but to the spirits bound in copper and steel. "You were made to carry truth," he says, "not lies. Remember that." Somewhere deep in the tower, relays click. Outside, a third of the corrupted guns snap back to their proper targets. Vox bands clear just enough for orders to push through. It is not perfect, but it is something. Gandalf sways. Aragorn and Boromir grab his arms. "Easy, old friend," Aragorn says. "We need you yet." Gandalf nods, breath coming hard. "I am still here," he says. "But each time I touch their metal ghosts, the sea listens harder." Celeste looks at the throne. "Can we shut it down fully?" she asks. A weak voice answers from the floor. One of the wounded tech priests raises a shaking mechadendrite. You must not," he wheezes. "The tower is our ear. If you blind us, the outer guns will be deaf. Chaos ships will burn us from the sky." He coughs oil. Aragorn nods. "So we must hold the tower," he says. "Not break it." Celeste turns to Kira. "Get squads in here," she orders. "Set a perimeter. No one touches these controls but a tech priest approved by the Inquisition." Kira salutes. "Yes, sister." As guardsmen file in to secure the chamber, Aragorn walks to the broken window and looks out. The hive stretches below him, a forest of towers and bridges. Fires burn in some sectors. The warp tear glows above, a 6 star. In the distance, near the horizon, flashes of light mark naval battles in orbit. He tightens his hand on Anduril's hilt. "We held this place," he says quietly, "but the enemy is not beaten." Legolas steps up beside him. "They are feeling us out," he says, "looking for weak joints." Gandalf joins them, leaning on his staff. "And they have found one," he says. "Frodo's wound, my power, the cracks in these people's faith. They will press all of them." Below, in the streets, some people cheer as the guns swing back into place. Others huddle in doorways, afraid to hope. Some hours later, the War Council meets again. This time they gather in a tactical chamber beneath the chapel. Hollow tables glow. A great screen shows live feeds from the towers, from the gate, from the medici halls. Lord Governor Hale looks even more tired. The skin under his eyes is dark. Captain Gaius's armor is scarred from the tower fights, but he stands straight. Inquisitor Varro's coat is stained with smoke. Sister Celeste has not removed her helm. The Fellowship stand opposite them. They look weary, but there is a steady fire in their eyes. Varro speaks first. "You have done what you promised," he says. "The cult's first wave has been broken. The towers stand. The Voxnet is damaged but functional. Casualties are heavy, but not fatal." He taps a rune. Icons on the holomap flash green and red. "But we bled for it," he says. 3,000 guardsmen dead. 200 Sororitas and PDF. Half our mid-hive habs near the towers are now ruins. He looks at Gandalf. "And you," he says. "Your gentler methods spared some, yes. That collapsed cistern saved us from a demon we did not need to see. But every time you touch the warp, even sideways, I see it stirring. You are playing with a minefield, old man." Gandalf stiffens. "If I do nothing, your people die now," he says. "If I do something, your sea of madness takes notice. I know this cost. I carried it in another land." Varro nods slowly. "And that is the heart of our problem," he says. "Mercy versus survival. Freedom versus doctrine. We have lived a long time leaning hard on survival and doctrine. It has kept the species alive. It has also turned half the galaxy into a graveyard." He turns, addressing the whole room. "The Imperial Creed says, 'Better a million innocents burn than one heretic go free,' he says. 'Better a world die clean than live to infect 10 more. When I call exterminatus on a planet, I do it because some sums only work that way." Hale's face goes grey at the word. Exterminatus. The total cleansing of a world by orbital fire, virus bombs, cyclonic torpedoes. Merry shudders. "You burn whole worlds," he whispers to Pippin. Pippin swallows. "That makes Denethor look almost mild," he whispers back. Gaius speaks next. "The Codex Astartes teaches control," he says. "We strike hard where needed. We do not waste lives, but we do not flinch from cost. Every delay we make to save one city could doom a sector if the enemy grows too strong." Aragorn steps forward. "In my world," he says, "we faced a choice like this. To keep the ring from Sauron, one path was to use it, to wield its power and crush him. That might have saved many lives in the short term, but it would have made a new Dark Lord in his place. The war would never end." He looks Varro in the eye. "We chose a different path," he says. "We sent a small, weak one into the heart of the enemy's land, not to use the power, but to destroy it. We risked all on mercy for the world yet to come, not safety for our own age." Varro folds his arms. "And if your small one had failed?" he asks. Aragorn's face tightens. Then all would have fallen, he says. But if we had used the ring, all would also have fallen. Just slower, under a new master. Gandalf nods. Your exterminatus is like using the ring, he said. It solves a short moment at the cost of every tomorrow. Varro gestures sharply. You speak as if this is philosophy, he says. It is not. I have signed orders that burned hives from orbit. I have watched Auspex feeds as billions of lives winked out. I do not sleep after, but I do it, because if I do not, chaos metastasizes. The eye of Terra grows. The species dies screaming in the dark. His voice, usually cold, burns now. I had a world once, he says quietly. A small agri-moon. The cult there begged for mercy. I gave it. I used local purges and targeted executions, not fire from above. I tried to save as many as I could. 10 years later, that moon fell. Its warp scream broke an entire subsector. I killed more people by being kind than I ever did with a virus bomb. He looks at them, eyes hard. So do not speak to me of mercy as if I have never knelt in the ash and wished I had another way. Silence hangs heavy. Boromir steps up beside Aragorn. He bows his head slightly to Varro. Inquisitor, he says, I understand what it is to choose wrong and watch many pay for it. At Amon Hen, I tried to take the ring from Frodo. I thought I could use it to save my city. That was my duty as a son of Gondor. I thought any cost was worth Minas Tirith's survival. He lifts his head. Regret lines his face, but there is strength there too. I was wrong, he says. My choice led to my own death and nearly broke our fellowship. But the answer was not to never trust anyone again. It was to trust better, to build a guard around the weak, not to kill them so no one else could. He spreads his hands. Your fear of the warp is wise, he says. But if it leads you to burn every soul who can touch it, you will have no one left to stand in places where you cannot. Sister Celeste speaks now, voice filtered through her helm. The ecclesiarchy teaches that faith must be pure, she says. Any taint can spread like rot. That is why we burn witches. That is why we scour mutant lines from the gene pool. But faith without hope becomes only fear, and fear is a door the enemy loves. She looks at the fellowship. I see in you both risk and hope, she admits. You are not of the Emperor's light. Yet when you speak of your battles, I hear echoes of our own saints, standing when all seems lost, carrying burdens no one else will. She turns to Varro. If we cut off every hand that offers help because it might hold a knife, we will one day find we have no hands left of our own, she says. Varro rubs his eyes. The lines on his face look deeper. You all make good speeches, he says, but chaos does not care for speeches. Gaius nods once. Still, he says, the lesson stands. The Ultramarines have seen worlds lost by harsh rule as well as by indulgence. Gilliman himself wrote that rigid doctrine can strangle victory if not guided by reason. Hale, who has been quiet until now, finally speaks. I am Lord Governor of this world, he says, but I have never felt less in control. You, Inquisitor, can order my death. You, Captain, can take my best men. You, Sister, can decree my penance. You strangers can walk into our fights and turn them with tricks and light. He spreads his hands. I ask only this, he says. Whatever path you choose, burning this world to ash or risking it for something better, remember the faces of my people, the girl on the balcony, the worker in the factorum, the children in the hab block. They are not numbers in your sums. They are all the world they will ever know. His voice shakes, just once. If we must die, let it not be because someone far away found it tidy, he says. Let it be, because there was truly no other way. The room is quiet. Gandalf's eyes glow softly. That is the heart of mercy, he says. Not soft hearts, clear eyes. Varro exhales slowly. Very well, he says at last. For now, we align. No exterminatus calls. No planet-wide purges. We fight to save this world, not just to deny it to the enemy. He looks at Gandalf. But know this, he adds. If Kharzur takes your hobbit, if the tear begins to grow beyond control, I will burn Virilia Prime rather than let it become a new eye of terror. I will hate myself as I do it, but I will do it. Gandalf nods, face grave. And if we fail to keep Frodo from that fate, he says, then perhaps we will have earned such an end. Merry shivers. I do not like how calmly you talk about burning worlds, he mutters. Pippin nods. I miss talking about second breakfast, he whispers. The War Council's main debate is done, but even as they step back from the table, an alarm shrieks. A Vox aide runs in, white-faced. Inquisitor, she gasps. Astropath Choir Omega is under attack, not physically, psychically. Varro stiffens. Show me, he says. A feed appears on one of the screens. It shows a dark chamber full of robed figures seated in a circle. Silver cords are run from their heads to a central spire. These are the astropaths, soul-bonded psychers who send messages across the stars. They are screaming. Green fire crawls over their faces. Their blind eye sockets weep blood. One by one they arch and fall still. Gandalf grips his staff. He feels the warp shift, a cold spike thrust into the hive's heart. Is this Kharzur? Aragorn asks. Varro's jaw clenches. It is his hand, he says. He is not yet in the system, but his will can reach. He is cutting our eyes and tongues. On the screen, the last astropath raises her head. Her mouth moves, but the voice that comes out is not hers. It is deep and mocking. It fills the chamber through the Vox speakers. You hide my key behind candles and stone, it says. You dress him in hope and call him safe. He is not. He is a hole. He belongs to the sea. Frodo, watching from his medici cot through a small secondary screen, flinches. He hears the voice inside his skull, louder than the speakers. You carried one ring, the voice says, though the people in the council chamber do not hear this part. You can carry another. I will give you rest. I will give you the end of choice. Only let me in. Sam sees Frodo clutch his chest. Mr. Frodo, he says. What is it? Frodo shakes, teeth clenched. He is speaking to me, he gasps. In my head, like the ring did, but different, colder. In the council chamber, the possessed astropath turns her bleeding face toward the nearest picked capture. Little king from a dead age, the voice says, now to Aragorn. Wizard without a true master. Broken son of a broken line. You think your old tales matter here. The image flickers. For a moment, they see him. Kharzur the Unbound, a towering figure in black and gold armor. Horns twist from his helm. A cloak made of flayed banners hangs from his shoulders. In one fist he holds a demon sword that seems to drink the light around it. His eyes burn like coals. Then the image is gone. Only the dying astropath remains, slumped in her chair. Varro's face is tight with fury and fear. Cut the feed, he snaps. Seal the choir chamber. No one enters without my order. The aide nods and rushes out. Gandalf feels the echo of Kharzur's presence like a bitter taste. It rubbed along his own power, testing it, mocking it. He is strong, he says quietly. Stronger than Sauron in some ways, less subtle, more raw. Gaius grips his sword hilt. He killed our eyes with a thought, he says. He mocks us from the dark between stars. He is not just another warlord. Varro turns to the Fellowship. "Now you see why doctrine is harsh," he says. "This is the foe we face. Not just cult rabble and walking coffins. A mind that can slip into our strongest souls and break them from inside." Power scaling interlude. I begins as Varro continues, voice low and precise. "Kharzur marks you through scars," Varro says. "Every trauma, every burden you carry, he can use as a door. The Hobbit's old wound is perfect for him. It is already a bridge between worlds. Gandalf's power is another mark, because he draws on forces Kharzur understands. Our astropaths are beacons by design, so they fall first. He does not need to beat us in open war if he can turn our strengths into cracks. That is how he can hurt you, and how he can make you hurt us." Gandalf listens, eyes sad. "You speak truth," he says. "Kharzur is not only a sword, but a whisper. He will try to use our love for each other against us, our fear of failing, our hope." Aragorn nods slowly. "Then our test is not just on the field," he says. "It is in our own hearts." Merry and Pippin exchange a look. "We beat one whisperer once," Pippin says softly. "We can do it again." Pippin is thinking of the Palantir he once touched, and the eye that stared back. Sam, in the Medici Hall, holds Frodo as his friend shakes off the last echo of Kharzur's voice. "Listen to me, Mr. Frodo," Sam says, voice rough. "You remember that mountain. You remember that eye. You remember how we beat it, not with power, with stubborn hobbit nonsense and love." Frodo laughs once, harsh and broken. "I remember you carrying me," he says. Sam nods. "I'll carry you again if I have to," he says. "You don't have to listen to any great armored fool out there. You just listen to me." The warp's whisper fades a little. Back in the council chamber, Varro gestures to the map. "Our plan must change," he says. "We fight not only a fleet and ground forces coming in, but a mind already here. He will strike at our command, our faith, our strange new allies. We need more than guns and walls. We need shields inside our own heads." Sister Celeste nods. "We will strengthen our litanies," she says. "Add extra prayer cycles. Keep watch on each other." Gandalf raises a hand. "I may help with that," he says. "There are ways to bind hearts together, to let one mind catch another when it starts to slip. Old crafts from before even my own world." Varro's eyes narrow. "More witchcraft," he says. "More fellowship," Gandalf corrects. "No burning lights, no grand displays, only threads of trust and memory woven tight. Chaos works by isolating. We answer by binding." Gaius considers. "My brothers already trained to watch for taint in each other," he says. "We call it the Battle Brothers Guard. Perhaps your fellowship can serve as one such cord for you." Aragorn nods. "We have pulled each other back from many edges," he says. "We can do it again." Hale looks at the feeds of burning habs. "While you strengthen minds, they still march," he says quietly. "What is our next move?" Varro points to the outer map. At the edge of the system, chaos ships flicker into clearer view. Their twisted hulls and living armor plates show on Auspex scans. One is massive, its icon matching Kharzur's Black Legion warship. "They will be in orbit within a day," Varro says. "Before that, their vanguard will strike. Drop pods, boarding craft, demon engines. They will aim for the Terra itself, to widen it. We must stop them there." Gandalf nods. "Then the next battle is not in the tunnels," he says. "It is under the wounded sky." Gaius smiles grimly. "We will stand on the walls again then," he says, "and perhaps show you a sight your old world never knew." He taps a rune. Outside, deep in manufacturum caverns beneath the hive, a giant stirs. Huge pistons pump. Cathedral-sized armor plates lock into place. A head like a shrine rises, eyes blazing with holy light. Massive cannons swivel. Drums of ammunition the size of houses load into their racks. A titan rises from its cradle. Its name scrolls across the bottom of the feed. Gloria Virelii, Warhound-class Titan, Legio Fulminata. Mary's jaw drops. That's like a walking Minas Tirith, he whispers. Gimli grins, eyes bright. Now that is a proper siege engine, he says. Legolas watches in awe. Even in the oldest tales of Valinor, we had no such things, he murmurs. Gandalf feels both fear and hope as he watches the Titan take its first thunderous steps toward the surface. You walk a thin line, he says. Such power can defend. It can also destroy more than any exterminatus order if let loose without wisdom. Varro nods. That is why Titans march with priests on their backs, he says, and why I will be watching their princeps as closely as I watch you. He turns to the Fellowship. Rest while you can, he says. We face a new dawn soon, and in this age, dawn is only a different color of war. As the council breaks, Gandalf pauses by a hail. You spoke for your people, the wizard says. Do not stop. Even when others speak of numbers and doctrines, keep putting faces to the sums. Hale nods, weary. It may not change their math, he says. It will change how they feel when they write it, Gandalf replies. And that can be enough to tilt a hand at the right moment. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Boromir, Merry, and Pippin walk back toward the Medici halls. On the way, they pass windows that look out over the hive streets. They see people cleaning rubble, carrying the wounded, sharing small loaves. They see graffiti in chalk, a rough drawing of a hooded figure with a staff, standing between a tear in the sky and the hive. Someone has written under it, Old Man Light. Merry smiles. Looks like you've got fans, Gandalf, he says. Gandalf snorts. I have enough names already, he says. Let us focus on making sure they live long enough to make up more jokes. In the Medici hall, Sam looks up as they enter. Frodo sits on the edge of his cot now, pale but upright. His eyes look older than ever, but there is a steady flame there. He tried to get in, Frodo says at once. Kharzur, he used my old wound. He promised rest. Aragorn kneels in front of him. And what did you say? He asks. Frodo's hand presses flat over his chest. I said I was tired, he admits. That was true, but I also said that I did not carry the ring all the way to Mount Doom just to hand a different evil the same victory in a different age. Sam pats his shoulder. He told Kharzur to go jump in a lava lake. He translates. Gandalf smiles, eyes bright with pride. Good, he said. That may be the most important no you have ever spoken. Frodo looks up at the ceiling, where the warp tear still glows faintly. How many times do we have to say no? He asks quietly. Gandalf sighs. As many as it takes for the yes you guard to stay safe, he says. Outside, the Titan's footsteps shake the ground. Above, chaos ships burn their way closer. And in the warp between, Kharzur the Unbound feels, for the first time in a long while, something like irritation. His prey is small, but it is not simple. Up to now, the Fellowship has helped save Virelia Prime's Gate and Vox Towers, argued with the Imperium about mercy and fear, and felt the touch of Kharzur the Unbound reaching through the warp tear toward Frodo's old wound. Now the Chaos Fleet closes in, and the next battle will be fought under the broken sky itself. The tactical chamber feels smaller now. More red icons burn on the system map. The Chaos Fleet has grown clearer. Twisted ships drift closer like sharks around a wounded whale. Warp storms flicker behind them, purple and sickly green. Lord Governor Hale stands with his hands on the edge of the hollow table. His knuckles are white. Captain Gaius stands on his left, helm under his arm. Inquisitor Varro stands on his right, pale from lack of sleep but eyes still sharp. The Fellowship stand across from them. Gandalf leans on his staff. Aragorn and Boromir flank him. Legolas, Gimli, Merry, and Pippin stand a little back, near Sister Celeste and a cluster of guardsmen. Sam and Frodo are there too now. Frodo insisted on leaving his cot. Frodo looks fragile, but his gaze is steady. A medici sleeve covers his chest, but it cannot hide the way he sometimes flinches when the warp tear pulses. Varro taps a rune. A new image appears. The warp tear over Hive Helios, seen from orbit. It is no longer a thin crack. It looks like a ragged, glowing wound, edges burned and curling. Lightning runs along it. The stars behind it bend. The tear is growing, Varro says. Not wide yet, but deeper. Our astropaths are dead. Our sanctioned psychers report constant pressure. The more power we use near it, the more it feeds. Gaius nods. Our strike cruiser has tried to fire lance beams into the tear's center, he says. The beams distort. They come out twisted, strike empty space or our own augur ghosts. Void weaponry is unreliable here. Hale points to ground-level feeds. Shield generators around the hive are at full burn, he says. We are throwing everything we have at holding a barrier between the tear and the city. But the field flickers. We cannot keep this up forever. The reactors will fail. Gandalf watches the tear, face grim. You try to dam a river with steam, he says softly. This wound is not only in your sky. It is in the stuff between worlds. Your shields were made for storms, you understand. Not this. Varro nods curtly. Our normal counters do not work, he says. We cannot close the tear with faith alone. We cannot cut it with lances. We cannot burn it away without burning the whole system. And we cannot run. The fleet will follow. He looks at Frodo. But the tear is not free-floating, he says. It has an anchor. It opened where your old scar touched our sky. It grew when you crossed. It pulses when you hurt. Kharzur is not trying to tear a random hole. He is trying to widen the path you took. Frodo swallows. So I did this, he says quietly. Sam bristles. We all did this, he says. You followed Gandalf. We followed you. And all of us followed that tear so it wouldn't swallow our own world. None of us did it to help some chaos brute. Gandalf nods. The wound already existed, he says. We chose to follow it, not make it. But our presence shapes it. That is true. Aragorn leans over the map of the hive. Where does the tear touch the ground most? He asks. There must be a point where its strength is greatest. A heart of the wound. Hale brings up a local map. A red column descends from the tear toward the hive like a ghost. It touches the city at a broken manufacturum district just outside the main walls. There, Hale says. We call it the Null Scar. Auspex fails over that ground. Vox cuts out. Men who patrol there hear whispers and sometimes walk into the tear and never come back. We sealed the district years ago. Varro adds, it was once a shrine manufactorum. They made relic housings and altar pieces. Something went wrong during a warp storm. The whole complex broke. I suspected a minor taint. Now I see it was more. Gaius taps the spot. Kharzur will strike here, he says. His vanguard will fall around the Null Scar. He will use it as a ladder from the tear to the ground. And if he reaches it, Gandalf says, he will have his hands on both ends of the wound. Your world and the strange road we took. Then he can pull. Merry looks at the hollow spot in the city map. So that's where we go, he says. right into the worst place again. Pippin sighs. I miss nice simple inns with beer and pies, he mutters. Varro nods. Yes, he says. We must meet him at the Null Scar. It is both a battlefield and an altar now. If he uses it to finish some grand ritual, we are lost. He points to Gaius. The Ultramarines and the Titan Gloria of Aurelia will form the first line, he says. They will hold the outer edge of the scar against his warbands and demon engines. Guard armor and artillery will support. Sisters of Battle will take the flanks and keep fires blessed. He turns to the Fellowship. You, he says, will go into the scar itself, right into the center, where our machines flicker and our men lose their wits. You carry the same strange wound that anchors this tear. You might be able to twist it, bend it, deny Kharzur his full hold. Gandalf frowns. You wish us to use the same road that brought us here to shut it behind us, he says. That is like trying to push a sword back into the forge with bare hands. Varro spreads his hands. You asked to be judged by your deeds, he says. This is the deed that matters. We have no other tool like you, no other link to this wound that is not already corrupted. Sam looks at Frodo. You don't have to say yes, he says. We can find some other way. We always have. Frodo meets Gandalf's eyes. If we don't go, he says, Kharzur will. He will drag all of this into the same dark we fought in before. The Shire, Gondor, this hive, all of it. He takes a breath. I'm tired, he says. I still have nightmares about Mount Doom. But the road did not end there. It just turned. If I say no now only because I'm afraid of walking again, then all the pain we took before will be wasted. Gandalf's eyes shine. You have more courage than many armies, he says softly. Varro's face softens for a heartbeat. You understand, he says. Good. But know this. Kharzur will not only try to break you from outside, he will reach through your old scar and pull on every old fear, every old shame, every wish you ever had to lay down your burden. He does not need your body if he can bend your will, Gaius adds. Our weapons cannot reach inside your mind, he says. We can surround you with steel and faith, but in the end, you stand alone in that inner fight. Sam snorts. He doesn't stand alone, he says. I'll be there, so will the rest. Gandalf nods. That is our shield, he says. Not only power, not only doctrine, but each other. Hale watches this, his tired face lit by the holomap. If you can close the tear, he says, we will spend whatever blood we must to buy you that chance. Varro nods slowly. So it is agreed, he says. We meet Kharzur at the Null Scar. The Imperium holds the line. The Fellowship goes into the heart of the wound. You will have an escort, but at some point, only you can walk the last steps. He looks at Gandalf. Before you go, I want you to undergo one more test, he says. Not to prove your purity. I no longer doubt your intent, but to give you what small extra shield we can. What test? Gandalf asks. The Choir of the Relictors, Varro says. A set of bound relics and saints' bones under the chapel. They have seen many warp storms. Their echoes might strengthen your will, or they might reject you. Either way, we will know. Gandalf nods. Very well, he says. We will go. Varro shakes his head. Not all, he says. Only you and Frodo. The rest will prepare for the ground war with Gaius and Celeste. Sam steps forward at once. If Frodo goes, I go, he says. Varro opens his mouth to argue, then stops. He thinks of the little gardener standing in front of Frodo in the hall, daring him to try to take his friend. He nods once. Very well, he says, but you do not touch anything without the priest say. Sam nods. I'm good at not touching things I don't understand, he says. Mostly. Pippin coughs loudly. Sam scowls. I learned, he says. Hale gives a tired smile. Then we each have our parts, he says. Go arm yourselves. Say your prayers. Say your goodbyes if you must. The battle will begin soon. The crypt under the hive chapel is colder than the tunnels. Thick stone walls are carved with names and dates. Skulls sit in alcoves, some plain bone, some wrapped in brass. Old banners hang limp in the still air. A priest leads Gandalf, Frodo and Sam down the last steps. His robes are black and white. His face is lined. A small aquila hangs at his throat. In here, he says. Please do not speak unless spoken to. The relics do not like noise. Sam shivers. This place feels like the Barrow Downs, he mutters. Gandalf nods slightly. It is a house of the dead and the not quite gone, he says. They enter a round chamber. In the centre stands a low stone table. Upon it lies a casket of glass and gold. Inside the casket rests a skull carved with tiny prayers. Around the table, 12 candles burn with pale blue flame. The priest bows his head. This is the skull of Saint Lyria, he says quietly. She held a bridge alone for 3 days against a warp tide, or so the tales say. The warp broke on her faith like water on rock. Frodo steps closer. The blue flames reflect in his eyes. He feels a soft hum in the air, like a distant song. She is still here, he asks. In some way, the priest says. Fragments, echoes, enough to steady some hearts, enough to burn others. He gestures to the far wall, where black marks stain the stone. We tried to bring a rogue psyker here once, he says. He screamed and burned in 3 breaths. The relic rejected him. Sam pales. And you want Frodo to stand here? He demands. Gandalf lays a hand on his shoulder. If this place is what they say, it will not help the dark in him, he says. Only the light around it. And if it burns, better we know now than in the scar. Sam steps back, jaw tight but silent. The priest nods to Frodo. Kneel, he says gently. Place your hand on the casket if you dare. Think of whatever you call holy. Frodo kneels. He rests his fingers lightly on the glass. At once, a chill runs up his arm. Not the cold of the ring, which was sharp and lonely. This is different. It is like putting his hand in a cold stream that runs from far away, through many lands, down from high mountains, under old trees. He closes his eyes. He thinks of the Shire, sun on green hills, smoke from chimneys, the party tree, the faces of people who never knew how close their world came to ending. He thinks of Sam's hand pulling him up on the slopes of Mount Doom, of Gandalf's laugh in Bag End, of Aragorn's face at the Black Gate, brave and sad. He feels the warp tear tug at his old wound. Then something else touches him. A small, calm presence, firm and gentle, like a hand on his shoulder. It does not speak, but he feels its meaning. Stand, not alone. Remember why. Frodo's breath catches. Tears slip from his eyes. In the world outside his mind, the blue flames around the skull flare brighter. The air tastes clean for a moment, like snowmelt. Sam watches, fist clenched. Is he all right? He whispers. Gandalf nods slowly. He is not burning, he says. That is a good sign. The priest stares, lips moving in a silent prayer. Saint Lyria accepts him, he murmurs. Or at least, she does not cast him out. Inside, Frodo feels more. For a brief moment, he sees a shape in his mind's eye. A woman in battered armor, holding a broken banner, standing alone on a bridge of fire. Things roar and claw below. Light pours from her eyes. She looks at him. She nods once, as if to say, "You know this road, little one. Keep walking." Then the vision fades. In its place rises another image, soft and far away. a land beyond his own world, beyond the sea. A place of white shores and a far green country under a swift sunrise. Valinor, the undying lands, the place Gandalf once spoke of. The peace of that vision pours into him, like warm light. His scar stops hurting for a breath. Then the warp slams back. The peace turns to a hook. Kharzur's voice pushes into the space that the vision opened. Yes, it whispers. Rest. That is what you want, isn't it? No more battles, no more burdens. You have walked enough, little ring-bearer. Let me take the weight. Let me close the door. Sleep. Frodo trembles. He sees himself stepping not into Valinor, but into a dark sea that pretends to be it. Comfort with no choice. Silence with no song. He grips the casket harder. No, he says through clenched teeth. You don't get to use that. Sam sees Frodo's jaw set. He steps forward and lays his hand over Frodo's on the glass. We're going home when this is done, Sam says. The real way, not your twisted warp lie. We'll see those white shores, but only if we earn them. That's what Gandalf would say. Gandalf smiles faintly. He has learned too much from me, he says. The warp pull eases, just a little. The presence that felt like St. Lyria flares again. Between that and Sam's grip, Kharzur's whisper loses its hold. Frodo opens his eyes. The blue flames settle. His hand is shaking, but not burned. How was it? Sam asks. Tiring, Frodo says, but good. Like the long walk home after the worst part is done. The priest exhales. He stands, he says in wonder. He touched the saint and did not break. That is more than many here can say. Gandalf steps forward. My turn, he says. The priest hesitates. Your power is different, he warns. Greater. The relic might not bear it. Gandalf smiles, lines deepening. I have broken many things in my long years, he says. One more may not matter. He rests his hand on the casket. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the candles go out. The chamber plunges into darkness. Sam gasps. Frodo reaches for him. The priest clutches his Aquila. What is... The darkness is not just the lack of light. It is thick, like smoke. It presses against skin. It whispers in old voices. Gandalf hears them. You failed at the bridge, a voice hisses. You fell. You left them alone. How many died because you were not there? He sees the Balrog again. The fall through fire and shadow. The long climb back. He hears the screams in Moria, the crash of stone. You were not there when Frodo put the ring on at the end, another voice whispers. He fell. You could not stop him. You are not strong enough to hold those you guide. He sees Frodo at the cracks of doom, ring on his finger, claiming it. You brought them here, a third voice says, cold. You led them from one doom to another. They had peace. You gave them war again. This is your pride dressed as duty. Gandalf bows his head. The darkness curls around him like a cloak. He could reach for the warp's raw power now. It is all around, vast, hungry. If he opened himself to it, he could burn this crypt, bright as a sun. He could stand against Kharzur as near equal. He could crush the Chaos Lord's mind, close the tear with sheer force. He sees that path. He feels the temptation like an ache in his bones. Not for glory, not even for control, for speed, for a clean end to the suffering he sees. Take it, the darkness whispers. You know how. You have walked close to this sea before. You could drink it this time. For once, you would not have to send others to suffer in your place. You would carry it all yourself. His hand tightens on the casket. The skull inside does not glow blue now. It glows white, soft at first, then brighter. The light builds under his hand, then bursts out. not as a blast, but as a wave that pushes the darkness out of the room. The candles relight, the thick, whispering dark recoils. Gandalf stands with his eyes closed, tears on his face. "I am not the one," he says quietly. "I am a servant. I will not drink this sea. I will cup only what I must to help others cross. I have seen what comes when any of us tries to hold all power. I will not be another Sauron. Not for this world. Not for any." The whispers rage for a second, then fade. The blue flames settle back around the skull. The white glow inside returns to a gentle warmth. Codex note: relic-empowered resistance can deflect warp temptation by anchoring the subject's identity to service rather than control, limiting access points for demonic leverage. Sam lets out a breath he did not know he was holding. "You scared me," he says. Gandalf opens his eyes. They are tired, but clear. "I scared myself," he admits. "The offer was very neat." The priest sinks to his knees. "Saint Lyria has tested many," he whispers. "Few have come out with their will so intact." Gandalf shakes his head. "I had help," he says. He nods at Frodo and Sam. "They remind me who I am." He turns toward the stairs. "Come," he says. "We have taken what shield we can from this place. Now we must go stand where there are no more safe walls." The Null Scar waits. Outside the hive walls, the ground dips into a wide basin filled with broken stone and twisted metal. Dead cranes lean at strange angles. Half-built statues lie smashed. The air shimmers as if with heat, though the wind is cold. The warp tear hangs directly above this ruined district. Its light pours down in slow, sick waves. In some spots, the ground seems to phase in and out of focus. Imperial lines ring the outer edge of the scar. Regiments of Imperial Guard dig trenches and set up gun nests. Tanks rumble into position, heavy battle cannons swinging to cover likely approaches. Sisters of battle erect portable shrines and light braziers full of blessed oil. Tech priests bustle over the legs of the Titan Gloria Viriliae, chanting binary prayers. The Titan stands like a walking cathedral at the north edge of the basin. Its cannons point toward the empty air, ready to fire at anything that falls from the tier. On a raised command hill, Gaius and Varro stand with Hale and a swarm of officers. Auspex arrays spin. Voxcasters crackle. The Fellowship gathers nearby. They wear odd mixes of gear now. Their own mail and leather, plus bits of flak and ceramite scavenged from the hive. Simple rebreather masks hang at their belts. Each carries a small vox bead tuned to Celeste's channel. Sister Celeste stands with them, helm on, bolter across her chest. Behind her waits a squad of hand-picked sororitas and guardsmen. They will escort the Fellowship into the scar as far as they can. Sam adjusts the strap of his pack. "Feels strange," he says. "Metal giants at our back, metal sky above, and we're still just walking." "That is what we do," Frodo says. His voice is quiet but firm. "We walk into bad places and try to leave them better than we found them." Gandalf gives him a small nod. "Well said." Varro walks over. His coat flaps in the cold wind. "This is your last chance to back out," he says. His tone is dry, but his eyes are serious. "Once the battle starts, I cannot pull you out if things turn worse than we expect." Aragorn meets his gaze. "We did not come this far to watch from a hill," he says. "Our road leads there." He nods toward the scar's sixth center. Varro studies them all. "Then may the Emperor and whatever older powers you serve both watch you," he says. "And may they argue over who gets to claim you only after you have closed this wound." He turns to Celeste. "Protect them as long as you can," he says. "If they fall, report to me at once." Do not let Kharzur drag their bodies into the tear. Celeste nods once. I will not, she said. A Vox officer runs up. Contact, she cries. Multiple warp signatures above the scar. Drop pods. Demon engines. One massive source. Bigger than a battleship. Gaius looks up. The warp tear flares. Black shapes drop from it like stones. Some trail fire and smoke. Chaos drop pods, twisted and spiked. Others flap with leathery wings. Demonic beasts roaring. Between them slide long, twisted machines, half flesh, half metal. And at the center falls one shape larger than all the rest. Kharzur the Unbound. He does not ride a pod. He simply steps down from the tear, each stride leaving burning footprints in the air until he hits the ground with a crash that shakes the basin. He stands taller than any man, though still shorter than the Titan's knee. His black and gold armor seethes with warp fire. Chains drip from his shoulders, each ending in a skull. His demon sword hums with a sound like hungry bees. He lifts his helm and looks straight toward the command hill. Even across this distance, the Fellowship feel his gaze like a weight. Lord, whispers one guardsman. That's him. Varro's jaw clenches. All guns, he growls into the Vox. Fire. The battlefield erupts. Imperial artillery roars. Shells streak through the air and burst among the falling pods. Several explode, spilling burning metal and screaming figures. Tanks open fire. Las lines draw red lines across the sky, cutting down winged demons. Heavy bolters thud, their blessed shells tearing into twisted flesh. The Titan Gloria Virelii lifts its massive cannons. A deep, organ-like sound builds in its chest. Then it fires. Twin blasts of blinding light tear through the air and slam into a cluster of chaos drop pods. The impact blossoms into white fire. Pods and demons alike vanish. Codex note: Warhound-class Titan plasma blasts both annihilate mass drops and thin the warp curtain briefly, but repeated use near a tear raises local reality strain toward critical levels. The warp tear shivers. Kharzur raises his sword. He brings it down in a sweeping arc. A wave of dark energy rolls out from him, smashing into the Imperial lines. Trenches collapse. Men are thrown like dolls. Some simply vanish, turn to ash in a blink. The Titan's void shields flare as the dark wave washes over them. They hold, but barely. Runes flash red along its hull. Gandalf feels that wave like a cold wind. It sniffs at his power, tastes it, laughs. He is strong enough to break this land alone, Legolas says quietly. Gimli hefts his axe. All the more reason to meet him up close, he says. Celeste gestures forward. We go now, she says, before the scar fills with too many of his beasts. The Fellowship runs. They move down a rubble slope into the basin. Bullets and las beams snap overhead. The air smells of ozone and blood. Bits of warp fire drift like sickly sparks. Chaos Space Marines hit the ground ahead of them, jumping from still smoking pods. Their armor is black and jagged, marked with golden eyes and 8-pointed stars. Some bear horned helms. Others have writhing tentacles in place of arms. They roar praises to dark gods and charge the Imperial lines. The Titans' guns and guard tanks tear into them. Bodies burst, armor shatters. But for each that falls, another steps through the tear. The Fellowship's route curves away from the thickest fighting toward the center of the scar. Here the ground is stranger. Patches of it shimmer like heat haze. Stones float inches above the dirt. In some spots, their boots sink into the ground as if it were mud, then hit something hard that feels like glass. Frodo flinches with every step. The wound in his chest throbs in time with the flicker of the tear above. Talk to me, Mr. Frodo. Sam pants as they run. What does it feel like? Like a doorway that keeps opening and closing, Frodo gasps, and someone's hand on the knob. They reach the very center. Here the world is broken. A huge crater yawns where the old shrine manufactorum once stood. Bits of walls hang in the air at odd angles, frozen mid-collapse. A statue of a saint floats upside down, her face eroded. In the center of the crater, a column of warped light rises into the sky, linking ground and tear. This is the anchor. Gandalf stops at the edge, breathing hard. This is where the wound bit deepest, he says. This is our Mount Doom. Celeste and her squad spread out, forming a ring around the Fellowship. They fire at approaching Chaos cultists and lesser demons. Bolter fire and lash shots crack. War cries echo. From the far side of the crater, Kharzur turns. He sees them. For a moment, the battlefield seems to hush. Chaos Marines and Guardsmen still shoot. The Titan still fires. Demons still scream. But for the Fellowship, all sound fades. Kharzur starts to walk toward them. Each step shakes loose dust. Warp fire licks his armor. His demon sword hums louder. Little door, he calls, voice booming across the scar. Little scar, little thieves from an old tale. Did you think you could hide from me here? Gandalf steps forward. His staff glows softly. We did not come to hide, he says. We came to close the way you would use. Kharzur laughs, the sound full of scorn and dark amusement. You carried a trinket once, he says. A toy of a petty shade in a forgotten age. You think that makes you fit to stand against me? I am not a shadow hiding in a ring. I am a storm that walks. Aragorn draws Anduril. The blade flares bright. Storms break on mountains, he says. You are only one more. The Chaos Lord's gaze shifts to Aragorn. Ah, he says. The king without a throne here. Do your dead soldiers sing in your ears when you sleep, son of Arathorn? Will they sing louder when this world joins them? He lifts his sword. Come, he snarls. Let your tales end under my heel. He charges. The ground buckles under his stride. Warp fire lashes around him. Lesser demons scatter out of his way. Celeste and her sisters fire at him, but their shells burst harmlessly against a haze of dark energy that cloaks him. Gandalf meets him. The old wizard steps into the crater, staff raised. White light blossoms around him, meeting the dark like two storms. Kharzur swings his demon blade in a wide arc at Gandalf's head. Gandalf catches the blow on his staff. The impact echoes like a bell. Sparks of light and shadow fly. The ground cracks under their feet. Gandalf staggers. Kharzur is stronger than any foe he has faced in ages, but the staff holds. Aragorn and Boromir rush in. They split to either side, swords flashing. Anduril bites at Kharzur's left leg joint. Boromir's shield slams into his right knee. The Chaos Lord roars. The blows do not pierce his armor, but they break his stance for a moment. Legolas fires arrows in a rapid blur, aiming at joints and eye lenses. Several shafts strike small gaps, drawing spurts of black ichor and warp smoke. Gimli charges with a roar, axe whirling. He hacks at Kharzur's ankle, leaving deep gouges. The Chaos Lord snarls and kicks. The kick catches Gimli in the chest. The dwarf flies back, slamming into a floating chunk of wall. He drops to the ground, armor dented, breath knocked out. Gimli, Legolas shouts. I'm fine. Gimli wheezes, trying to stand. I've been hit harder by falling rocks. Merry and Pippin dart around the edges of the crater, cutting down cultists who try to flank the group. Their small blades flash. They shout warnings when demons creep close. Sam stays close to Frodo. who stands at the very lip of the warped light column, sweating and shaking. "Frodo," Gandalf gasps between blows. "Now would be a good time to do something clever." Frodo stares into the column. Inside it, he sees not just light, but roads, paths between worlds. He sees the moment on Mount Doom when he put on the ring. He sees himself vanish and reappear here in this future, because the ring's breaking sent a shock into the warp no one understood. He sees how the tear opened, seeking any echo of that moment. He sees how his old wound became its hook. He understands, in a simple, painful way, this is not a ring he can throw into fire. It is more like a knot tied between two ropes. One is Middle-earth. One is this world. He can't cut it, but he might untie it, if he is willing to let both ends pull on him one more time. Kharzur feels his attention shift. The Chaos Lord shoves Gandalf back with a burst of dark force. The wizard falls, rolling, his staff flying from his hand and landing a few feet away. Kharzur strides toward Frodo. Aragorn and Boromir leap in front of the hobbit. Kharzur sweeps his sword in a blazing arc. Anduril meets the demon blade. For a brief moment, the two weapons clash, spirit-forged steel against warp-hungry metal. The clash sends a shockwave rippling out. Aragorn cries out as black fire crawls along his blade toward his hands. He holds on. White light flares along Anduril, meeting the black. The fire recedes, but not fully. The sword's edge darkens in spots. Aragorn's hands burn. Boromir rams his shield into Kharzur's chest. The blow makes the Chaos Lord take half a step back. Kharzur growls. He slams the demon's sword down onto Boromir's shield. The shield cracks. Boromir is driven to his knees. Pain shoots through his arms and chest. Legolas fires 2 arrows at Kharzur's helm lenses. The Chaos Lord jerks his head. One arrow shatters on the armor. The other scrapes a lens, leaving a glowing scar. Kharzur whirls and gestures with his free hand. A blast of dark energy shoots out and hits Legolas square in the chest. The elf is thrown back, skidding across warped ground. He lies still, smoke rising from his armor. "Legolas!" Gimli roars. He staggers to his feet and charges again, rage burning away pain. Kharzur swings his sword in a low arc. The demon blade shears through Gimli's axe handle, sending the head spinning away. The force of the blow flings the dwarf aside again. Sam pulls Frodo back. "We need to move," he shouts. Frodo shakes his head. "We can't outrun him," he says. "And I can't close this unless I stand here." Kharzur steps forward again, looming over them. He lifts his sword for a killing stroke. Gandalf, still on the ground, reaches out with his mind. He pulls at the light he touched in the crypt, at St. Lyria's echo, at every memory of dawn over the Shire, of stars over Rivendell, of the white tree blooming in Minas Tirith. He does not pull at the warp. He thrusts his hand toward his fallen staff. The wood leaps to his grip. White fire explodes from it. The blast hits Kharzur full in the chest. For a second, his armor glows red hot. He snarls and stumbles back 2 steps. But this time, the cost shows at once. Gandalf cries out and falls to one knee. Blood runs from his nose. His hand shakes. The light around his staff flickers wildly, mixed with little tongues of sickly green. The warp has tasted him more deeply. Kharzur laughs, even as his armor smokes. "Yes," he says. "More. Use it. You feel how easy it is, wizard. You could be a storm with me, not a candle." "Not interested," Gandalf rasps. Kharzur points his sword at Frodo. "Come, little door," he says. "You feel it too. Call the power. Finish the knot. Even now you want to. You think you can steer it. Close the tear with it. Save everyone. Be the hero again." He steps closer. Everyone else is scattered. Aragorn struggles to rise, hands burned. Boromir gasps, holding his cracked shield. Legolas lies stunned. Gimli crawls toward his lost axe. Merry and Pippin fight to keep demons off Celeste's flanks. For a moment, it is just Frodo and Kharzur face to face. Frodo looks up. He sees the Chaos Lord's burning eyes. He hears the warp roar overhead. He feels the knot in the column of light pulsing like a heartbeat. He could reach for it. He could grab the power that flows through that knot that used his scar to anchor itself. He could pull it down. He could blast Kharzur back into the tear. He could slam the gate shut in one violent motion. He sees it happen in his mind, the tear closing, the chaos ships cut off, the demons fading, the hive saved. He also sees what comes after. He sees himself standing where Kharzur stands now, eyes burning, scar glowing. The knot does not vanish. It moves into him. The tear is no longer in the sky. It is in his chest, and he is its master. He would never give it up. He knows this, because he remembers Mount Doom. He remembers how, at the last, he chose the ring. He was not strong enough to drop it. Only chance and Gollum's madness saved the world. If I take this power, he thinks, even to do good, I will not be able to let it go. I will be Kharzur in a different shell. The temptation is so strong his hands shake. Sam's voice cuts through it. "Mr. Frodo," Sam says, panting. He has never sounded so tired or so fierce. "Whatever you're thinking of doing, don't do it alone. Not again." Frodo looks at him. Sam's face is dirty and scared and full of stubborn love. Frodo takes a breath. He closes his eyes. "Help me, Sam," he says. "Not to hold it, to let it pass without sticking." Together, they step into the column of warped light. Kharzur roars in triumph and fury. "Yes," he cries, "come into my hand." The light hits Frodo like a physical blow. He feels his scar tear open, not his flesh, but the old wound where the Morgul blade once stabbed him, the place where the ring sat for so long. It is like ripping open a healed cut. Pain flares white. He screams. Kharzur reaches out with his mind, with the warp, with his sword. He tries to grab the knot. Gandalf reaches too, but Gandalf does not grab the knot. He grabs Frodo, not his body, his memory. He pours into Frodo all the images he can: Bilbo's birthday party, the road out of the Shire, the feel of grass under bare feet, the taste of simple bread, the sound of laughter by a small fire. Aragorn, through sheer will, joins in. He pushes his own memories into the knot: the White City under the sun, the coronation, Eowyn's laugh, Faramir's steady gaze, fields of the dead and the promise that they did not die for nothing. Legolas, still half stunned, adds his piece: starlight on leaves, the song of the sea, the light of Valinor dim but still in his heart. Gimli offers the glow of deep fires under mountains, the ring of hammers on metal, the names of lost friends. Merry and Pippin send the sound of their own laughter, the feel of ale mugs in their hands, the warmth of Treebeard's slow songs. Sam grips Frodo's hand and pours in every simple joy he has ever known: Rosie's smile, the smell of fresh-tilled earth, the sight of the first sprout pushing up, the idea of planting, not burning. These memories thread through the knot like golden lines. The warp, trying to use Frodo's scar, finds itself tangled not in hunger, but in home. Kharzur snarls. He cannot get a clean grip. He presses harder. Frodo feels his mind strain. He feels the warp trying to dig in, to burn away these softer things. He thinks of one more memory, standing on the slopes of Mount Doom at the end, when he failed, when he said, "The ring is mine." Shame twists in him, but then he remembers something else: Sam lifting him, carrying him, not blaming, still loving. He threads that too into the knot. Yes, he thinks, not to Kharzur. I did fail. I am not clean, but I am not alone. He does not try to drive the warp out. He lets it rush past him like a river around a stone. The knot starts to shift. Gandalf feels it too. He seizes that motion, not as a master, but as a guide. He takes hold of the edges of the tear, not to slam them shut, but to loosen them from Frodo's scar, to let them slide off. The wound in the sky shudders. For a moment, the column of light flickers. The ragged hole above them shrinks at the edges, just a little. Kharzur roars in rage. No, he bellows. You will not deny me. He lifts his sword to strike Frodo and Sam down where they stand in the light. Celeste moves. She has been firing at demons and marines, trying to protect the ring around the crater. She sees Kharzur's sword rise. She knows she is far too small to stop it. She runs anyway. She leaps. She slams into Frodo and Sam, knocking them sideways out of the column just as the sword comes down. The blade hits the edge of the warped light. It cuts through it. A shockwave rips out. It strikes Gandalf full on. The wizard screams. The warp tears into him, not as corruption that twists flesh, but as a deep crack in his spirit. It rips open all the places he just closed in the crypt. The visions of power, of taking the sea, surge back. He falls to the ground, staff flying from his hand again. His eyes blaze for a second with mixed white and green fire. Then the light goes out. Gandalf lies still. Kharzur staggers too. Cutting the column hurt him. The knot is not clean. Warp energy backlashes into his armor. Cracks bloom along his chest plate, glowing red. He snarls in pain and fury. The column of light flickers wildly. The tear above shudders. It does not close, but its link to Frodo's scar loosens more. The knot slides farther off the hobbit and into empty air. Frodo lies on the ground, gasping. His scar still burns, but less. The pull is weaker. Sam clutches him. "Mr. Frodo," he chokes. "I'm here," Frodo whispers. "It hurts, but it's less. A little." Celeste groans nearby. The edge of Kharzur's blast burned through part of her armor. Smoke rises from her shoulder, but she's alive. Kharzur looks down at them. "You think you have won something," he growls. "All you have done is make this more interesting." He raises his sword again. Before he can strike, the ground shakes. Not from his steps, from hymns. The Titan Gloria Virelii strides into the basin proper now. Its massive feet crush demon engines underfoot. Its cannons cycle down from skyfire to groundfire positions. Red-robed tech priests hang from its sides, chanting. On its carapace, a giant aquila glows. The Titan's princeps feels the warp pressing on his machine spirit. He feels Kharzur's will trying to twist his guns, to turn them on Imperial lines. He feels fear. He also feels something else. In the Titan's heart, deep in the reactor core, rests a tiny relic, a splinter of a saint's blade from long ago, the same saint whose skull lies under the hive chapel. Zenlyria. Her echo flares. The machine spirit roars a hymn. The princeps finds his voice joining. The crew join too. Together, flesh and steel sing a battle song to the Emperor. The Titan raises one massive plasma cannon and one turbo laser destructor. For a heartbeat, it aims not at the Chaos Fleet, not at the loose demons, but at the ground right behind Kharzur. Varro's voice snaps over the vox. "Princeps," he barks, "you will hit the scar." The princeps answers, voice calm. "It is already broken," he says. "This will hurt him more than us." He fires. Twin beams of searing energy lance out, not into the tear, but into the ground behind Kharzur. The blasts punch deep. then detonate. The force throws Kharzur forward. He stumbles. Aragorn, Boromir, and Gimli seize the moment. Aragorn, hands burned, still lifts Anduril. Boromir raises his cracked shield. Gimli, now with a scavenged chain axe, charges roaring. They slam into Kharzur together. They cannot kill him. He is too strong, too armored, too bound to the warp. But they can hurt him. Anduril carves a deep line along his side, cutting through cracked armor into the flesh beneath. The blade sizzles, touching not just flesh, but the warp that fills it. Boromir bashes Kharzur's knee from the side. Something pops. The Chaos Lord drops to one knee. Gimli's chain axe bites into the back of Kharzur's leg, where plates overlap. Black ichor sprays. Kharzur roars and swings his sword in a tight arc. The blade slices across Aragorn's chest. The king is thrown back, armor shredded, blood splashing the warped ground. He hits hard, gasps, and lies still, barely breathing. Boromir cries out, "Aragorn!" Kharzur follows with a backhanded strike that smashes Boromir's already damaged shield. The man of Gondor flies into the crater wall and crumples. Gimli and Legolas drag Boromir and Aragorn back, retreating step by step. Their faces are set in grim lines. They will not abandon them, even if it kills them. Kharzur staggers to his feet again, bleeding black light. He looks at the Titan. "You dare," he snarls. He lifts his free hand and sends a lance of dark power at Gloria Virelii. It slams into the Titan's void shields. The shimmering screen flares, then drops with a crack like shattering glass. Alarms scream in the Titan's cockpit. The princeps grits his teeth. "Shields down," a tech priest shrills, machine spirit enraged. "Let it rage," the princeps says. "We are not done." He pushes the Titan forward, but Kharzur does not stay to trade blows with the god machine now. He has been hurt enough to feel anger and caution. He looks at Frodo, at the column of light, at Gandalf's still form. "You have changed the game," he says softly. "You have made the knot harder to grasp. That is interesting. I will enjoy unpicking it." He steps backward into the wavering column of light. Warp fire wraps around him. He vanishes. The column shrinks. The tear above flickers and pulls back a little, like a beast drawing in a wounded limb. It is still there, still huge, but less tied to Frodo now. The battle across the basin continues. Demons rampage, Chaos Marines fight on, but the heart of the enemy has stepped back. Inquisitor Varro yells orders over the Vox. "Press them," he snaps. "Drive them from the Scar. Do not let them regroup around the anchor." The Titan obeys. Guard tanks rumble forward. Sisters of battle sing hymns and advance in a line of flames. In the crater, the Fellowship gathers. Sam kneels beside Frodo. "Talk to me," he begs. "Are you with me?" Frodo's face is white with pain. "I think so," he whispers. "I still feel it, but it's quieter, like a storm moving farther away." Sam lets out a shuddering breath. "Good," he says, "because I'm not pulling you out of another volcano." Legolas and Gimli lay Aragorn and Boromir down on a more stable patch of ground. Blood seeps from Aragorn's chest. Boromir's arm hangs at a bad angle. Merry and Pippin stumble in, battered and bloody but alive. They drop to their knees beside their friends. "Aragorn," Merry says, "can you hear me?" The king's eyes flicker open. "Still. Here," he rasps. He hits harder than trolls. Boromir manages a weak laugh that turns into a cough. "We have fought worse," he says. "We just keep finding new shapes." Gimli claps a big hand on Boromir's shoulder. "You stood well," he says roughly. "Again." Legolas kneels by Gandalf. The wizard lies very still. His hair is spread out on the warped stone. His staff lies a few feet away, It's crystal cracked. Gandalf, Legolas says softly. No answer. Sam looks over. Fear grips his heart. No, he whispers. Not again. He crawls over to Gandalf and shakes his shoulder. Come on, he says. You don't get to leave us here. We're not done yet. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then Gandalf's fingers twitch, his eyes open. They are not their usual warm grey. For a second, they shine with a strange mix of white and sickly green light. He inhales sharply. The green fades. His eyes clear. Ah, he croaks, still stuck in this bent world. Good. Sam laughs in relief, tears running down his face. You have a strange idea of good, he says. Gandalf tries to sit up. Pain lances through him. He grimaces. Kharzur's blade cut more than the ground, he says softly. It cut into the place where I hold back the sea. There is a crack now. He presses a hand to his chest, not for a physical wound, but for the sense of something not quite holding. He feels the warp pressing at that crack, testing it. If I wield too much power now, he says, I may let in more than I keep out. Varro arrives at the crater's edge, armor dusted with ash. He slides down to them, boots crunching warped stone. He takes in the scene in one sweep. Frodo alive but shaken. Gandalf wounded in ways not all visible. Aragorn and Boromir hurt but breathing. The column smaller, the tear slightly reduced. You stopped him, Varro says. For now. We slowed him, Gandalf corrects. We untied part of the knot, but the wound is still there. He can still use it. It will just take him longer and cost him more. Varro nods. Every delay is a life, he says. Every cost we can force on him gives us a chance to add another knife to his ribs. He looks at Gandalf. But your eyes, he says. They glowed green for a moment. And you talk of a crack. Gandalf meets his gaze. You wanted proof that dealing with the warp has a price, he says dryly. Here it is. If I am not careful, I could become the thing I fight. Not in body, but in will. Varro's face is hard. Then we must decide what to do with you, he says. And with Frodo. You are both now even more central and more dangerous. Sister Celeste limps up, one arm hanging. Her armor is scorched. They saved the scar, she says, and pushed the tear back. That is more than any Inquisitor or Canonist I have known could do. Varro nods. I do not deny their worth, he says, nor their risk. He straightens. Our doctrine is clear, he says. When a weapon becomes cracked, it must either be reforged or destroyed before it turns in the hand. I do not think we can reforge you here. He looks up toward the tear. We need a greater forge. Gandalf raises an eyebrow. You mean your emperor, he says. Varro nods. Yes, he says. Or at least his throne, his will. I cannot judge this alone, nor can any local cardinal or chapter master. You are not just a local anomaly now. You are a vector that touches the warp in a way our laws do not cover. Hale, who has followed Varro down into the crater, looks shocked. You mean to send them to Terra, he says, to Holy Terra itself? Varro nods. If the warp allows, he says, we must bring them before the highest law we have. Let the master of mankind decide whether they are to be sealed, bound, used, or destroyed. Aragorn tries to sit up. We do not belong to your emperor, he says, voice rough. We are not his subjects. No, Varro agrees. But this tear now touches his realm, and you have tied your fates to it by deed. That gives him say. Gandalf sighs. I had hoped to avoid more thrones, he says. Celeste looks at him. The Emperor is not just a throne, she says softly. He is complicated, broken and burning, and yet still the light that holds this age together. If anyone can look at the crack in you and see whether it can be borne, It is him. Sam frowns. How do you take us to him? He asks. He's far away, isn't he? Other stars and all. Varro nods. Yes, he says. Even at our fastest, the voyage would take months of real time. Longer perhaps, with warp storms. But we may not need to bring you all the way in body at first. He looks at Gandalf. Astropaths can no longer help, he says. But there are other means. Holy relics tied to the throne. Psychic conduits that go one way. We can try to put you in his presence in mind first. If he cares, he will answer. If he does not, we will still need to try the physical voyage. Gandalf nods slowly. A vision, he says. A council without walls. I have stood in such places before, with powers older than your emperor, and with him, perhaps, in ways you do not name. Varro raises an eyebrow. You speak lightly of blasphemy, he says. Gandalf smiles tiredly. I speak lightly of names, he says. There are more roads between stars than your maps show, Inquisitor. Hale looks up at the sky, where the tear still glows, smaller but cruel. And what of us? He asks. While you travel to your throne, my world still sits under this wound. Kharzur still circles. His fleet still bombards our defenses. Gaius's voice comes over the vox in Varro's ear. Inquisitor, he says. Chaos ships are pulling back to the edge of orbit. They have taken losses. They are not retreating. They are waiting. For him to heal and plan his next move, Varro mutters. He looks at Hale. We will leave a garrison, he says. The Ultramarines, the Titan, the Guard. Kharzur will not take this world in a rush now. He must be more careful. Your task is to hold. Ours. He looks at Gandalf and Frodo. Ours is to go where he cannot follow easily and seek a judgment larger than any of us. Gandalf closes his eyes for a moment, listening inward. He feels the crack the demon blade left in his inner guard. He feels the warp pushing at it like fingers. He also feels the echo of St. Lyria's skull, the Titan's hymn, the Fellowship's memories wrapped around the knot. He opens his eyes. Very well, he says quietly. We will go. Not because your Emperor commands us, but because this wound now touches more than one world. It is right to seek counsel from a power that has held such cracks for 10,000 of your years. Frodo looks exhausted. Will there be more tests? He asks. Gandalf smiles a little. Always, he says, but perhaps also more rest, once the hardest parts are done. Sam squeezes Frodo's hand. Then we keep going, he says. We've walked long roads before. Merry and Pippin nod, faces pale but set. Gimli grunts. I have never seen Terra, he says. Might as well add it to the list before I die. Legolas gazes up at the warped sky. If we go to the heart of their realm, he says, perhaps I will understand this emperor they sing of, and why he feels both like a man and like something more. Varro speaks into his vox. Prepare a fast ship, he orders. One with the best Geller fields and the purest navigators. We are going to Terra. He looks at the Fellowship. You will have time to rest a little before we depart, he says. Not much. Kharzur will not give us months of peace, but enough to bind your wounds and bury your dead. He glances at the wider battlefield. Smoke still rises. The dead lion rose. The Null Scar is quieter now, but not healed. Today, you bought this world time, he says. You also bought yourselves a place in a much larger war. Gandalf nods. We have been there before, he says softly, when we carried another small thing that mattered too much. He looks up at the tear one last time before they leave the crater. It hangs there, ugly and sullen. Smaller, yes, but still a threat. Hold, Gandalf murmurs to it, as if to a wild beast on a chain. Hold until we come back with an answer. The tear does not answer, but somewhere far away, on a golden throne in a dead city under a poisoned sky, an ancient eye that does not see in any human way feels a slight tug. Something new moves in the great game. And in the wake of battle at the Null Scar, as fires die and hymns fade, a faint, wordless message begins to flow through old relics and broken saints toward that distant seat of power, carrying with it the image of a grey wizard, a small hobbit with a scar, and a fellowship that walks again into shadow. Up to now, the fellowship has helped weaken the warp tear over Varelia Prime and survived a brutal clash with Kharzur the Unbound at the Null Scar. Frodo has loosened the knot that tied his old scar to the wound in the sky. Gandalf has taken a deep inner crack from Kharzur's blade. Now the Imperium means to carry them to the heart of its power, to seek judgment and a new mandate on Holy Terra. The strike cruiser hangs in high orbit over Varelia Prime like a silent blue dagger. Gun batteries line its flanks. Shields shimmer faintly around its hull. Docking claws grip smaller escort craft. On its prow, a white Omega symbol glows. Its name is Vox Aeternum. Shuttles roar up from the hive surface, engines trailing fire. One of them carries the Fellowship, Inquisitor Varro, Sister Celeste, and a small honor guard of Ultramarines and Guardsmen. Inside the shuttle, the air smells of oil and incense. The deck rattles under their boots. A small metal aquila hangs over the ramp. Sam grips the bench with both hands. "I never thought I'd miss boats," he mutters, knuckles white. "At least boats have water under them, not empty air." Frodo gives him a tired smile. "We walked into Mordor," he says softly. "We can sit in a flying box." Merry peers through a tiny porthole. Beneath them, the curve of Varelia fills the view. Brown wastes, grey hives, a faint halo of burning clouds under the warp tear. "It looks small from up here," Merry says. Pippin nods. "So did Minas Tirith from that hill," he says. "Didn't stop it being huge when you hit the ground." Gandalf sits across from them, staff laid along the bench. His face looks older. A faint green sheen lingers deep in his eyes, like the memory of a storm. Varro watches him. "You will need to be honest before the throne," the Inquisitor says, "about that crack in you. If you hide it, the Emperor will see it anyway." Gandalf snorts softly. "I have tried hiding things from powers like him before," he says. "It never works." Aragorn sits with his back straight, chest bandaged under borrowed carapace armor. Every breath hurts, but he does not show it. Boromir's arm is in a sling. His shield arm still aches. Legolas bears a scorched patch over his heart, where Kharzur's blast struck. Gimli's beard is singed in one spot. Sister Celeste stands by the ramp, helmet on, bolter mag-locked to her chestplate. She looks from the Fellowship to Varro. "You will not go alone," she says. "We will stand between you and any who would judge too harshly. If the Emperor does not condemn you, no lesser voice will." Varro lifts an eyebrow. "Careful, sister," he says dryly. "That sounds like you are ready to argue with the High Lords." "The High Lords sit in shadow," Celeste says. "The Emperor burns. I know which light I trust more." The shuttle begins to shake harder. A dull roar builds. "Docking in 10, crackles the pilot's voice over the Vox. They feel the ramp tilt as they rise into the cruiser's hangar. With a final jolt, they're aboard. The ramp lowers. The hangar is a steel cavern filled with landing craft, cargo haulers, and crews in blue and grey. Servo skulls flit overhead. Incense burners swing from chains. A squad of Ultramarines stands at attention at the base of the ramp. Their sergeant salutes Gaius, who waits beside them. "Welcome to the Vox Aeternum," Captain Gaius says, "our home between stars." Aragorn steps down onto the deck. It feels different than Hivestone, hollow, full of held force. "We thank you for the passage," Aragorn says. Gaius shakes his head. "The debt is ours," he replies. "You have bought this world time. Now we ask you to buy the Imperium a chance to understand what you are." He turns to Varro. "Warp currents are unstable," he says. "The tear has poisoned local space. It will be a hard jump." Varro nods. "We have no easy roads left," he says. "Only the right ones." Medicae bays line the cruiser's heart like white-lit caverns. The Fellowship lie on cots, while servitors and Medicae adepts tend to their wounds. Clean sheets smell of chemicals and faint incense. Machines beep softly. A Space Marine apothecary in white armor moves between tables. His huge hands are astonishingly gentle as he adjusts drips and checks wounds. His name is Brother Dr. Livius. He stands over Aragorn, examining the jagged cut across the king's chest. "Your tissue knits slower than an Astartes," Livius says, "but faster than baseline humans. Curious." Aragorn smiles weakly. "We have some hardiness in us," he says. "We are used to long marches." Livius injects a clear fluid. "This will speed healing," he says. "There may be dreams. Do not trust all of them." He moves to Boromir. "You carry old scars," he notes. "Arrow wounds near the heart." Boromir nods. "I died once," he says simply. "We did not stay that way." Livius pauses. "That is not how that usually works," he says. "Nothing about us is usual," Merry says from a nearby cot. Pippin, on the cot beside him, adds, "We're very good at getting into trouble and somehow not staying dead." Livius shakes his helm. "You are all walking doctrinal problems," he says, "but you bleed. That makes you my work." At the far end of the bay, Frodo sits upright. His physical wounds are light, but his eyes are shadowed. A Medicae machine monitors his heartbeat. Every few minutes, the line jumps when the warp tear outside pulses. Sam sits on the edge of his bed, refusing to lie down. "I'm all right," Sam tells any Medican who approaches. "Give your potions to the ones who took blades. I've just got tired bones." Livius stops in front of Frodo. "Your injury is atypical," he says. "I cannot stitch spirit scars. I can only keep the body from failing while the soul fights." Frodo nods. "That's all I ask," he says. Livius places a hand huge compared to Frodo's chest, just over the scar. He closes his eyes for a moment. He feels echo, a wound that is more absence than presence, a place where something once was and is not now, but still leaves a shadow. He pulls his hand back. "You have carried too much," he says quietly. "Even Astartes do not bear such loads alone. Somehow you did." Frodo glances at Sam. "Not alone," he says. Sam flushes. "I just did what anyone would," he mutters. Livius shakes his head. "Most would not," he says. "For that, the Imperium owes you some thanks, even if it does not know how to give it yet." He turns to Gandalf. The wizard sits on a cot, but does not lie down. Medicae mechadendrites have cleaned and bandaged small cuts on his skin, but they did nothing for the deeper wound he spoke of. "How do you heal a crack in a dam?" Gandalf asks Livius with a faint smile. Livius considers. "You brace it," he says. "You relieve pressure where you can, and you pray the flood does not hit all at once." Gandalf nods. "Wise," he says. "Do that then." Livius places a small cog and skull charm on the wizard's chest. "This is a simple machine blessing," he says. "It will not fix your soul, but it may remind your body to hold together." Codex note: Non-imperial psychostabilization may be improved by low-level somatic rituals, even when the underlying breach is metaphysical rather than biological. Later, in the cruiser's main chapel, candles burn in brass holders bolted to the deck. A great aquila hangs over the altar. Blue-armored space marines kneel in the front rows. Guardsmen and crew cluster behind them. Incense smoke curls in the recycled air. The Fellowship sit together near the back. Varro stands off to one side. Sister Celeste kneels closer to the front, head bowed. A chaplain in black armor with a skull helm stands at the altar. He speaks in a firm voice. "We go into the warp soon," he says. "Into the sea of lies. The Geller field will hold flesh if the machine spirit is pleased, but only faith holds the mind." He looks out over the crowd. "You have seen strangers among us," he says. "Small ones with scars, a grey-clad wizard, men from an age of myths. Some say they are heresy, some say miracle. I say this, they fought beside us at the Null Scar. They bled where we bled. That is not the work of the enemy." He raises his crozius, a staff topped with a winged skull. "We will not worship them," he says. "We will not bend doctrine to suit them. But we will not spit on help the Emperor has sent, even if it comes in strange raps." Murmurs run through the crew. Some nod, some look uncertain, some scowl. Varro watches them all. Gandalf leans close to him. "Your chaplain is kinder than I expected," he says. Varro shrugs. "He has seen worlds saved by many odd blades," he says. He remembers that. Aragorn stares at the great aquila. "Does your emperor hear all of this?" he asks softly. "All prayers, all fears," Celeste answers, without opening her eyes. "We believe he hears what he must," she says. "Not every word, every heart that reaches for him." Boromir tilts his head. "Like the Valar," he murmurs, "distant but present in the way the world bends." Gandalf gives him a sharp look and a tiny nod, warning him not to push that line in front of the chaplain. After the service, the chapel empties slowly. Varro stays behind with Gandalf. They stand before the altar, alone except for the gentle whir of servo skulls putting out some candles. "This is where you feel strongest," Gandalf says. "In chapels, in laws, in lines." Varro snorts. "You make it sound like a weakness," he says. "It is a strength," Gandalf replies, "but also a lens. You see the warp through fear and doctrine. I see it through long memory. The Emperor may see it through both and more. That is why we go to him." Varro leans on the back of a pew. "You will not like all you see on Terra," he says. "The palace is a tomb and a fortress. The throne is both life and prison. Our god is a dead man held half alive on cables. It is not a clean story." Gandalf smiles sadly. "Neither was the story of Numenor," he says, "or of Gondor, or of my own people. Power and ruin dance together in every age. What matters is what people do with the sharp edge left." Varro looks at him. "What is your code, wizard?" he asks. "If you had to speak it in one simple line, so even a child could carry it." Gandalf considers. "Stand where the shadow falls worst," he says quietly, "but do not become the wall itself. Leave room for others to stand next to you." Varro frowns. "I would say, cut out the shadow before it spreads," he says, "even if you must cut deep into the flesh that holds it." "And perhaps the Emperor will say something else entirely," Gandalf replies. They fall silent. The ship's bells chime. "Warp jump in 1 hour," a Vox voice announces. "All hands to secured stations. Geller field cycle begins." In the observation blister near the ship's prow, a curved window shows the stars. The Fellowship stand there with Captain Gaius and Sister Celeste. The planet below glows faintly. The warp tear is a sick, shimmering wound. Once we enter the warp, Gaius says, you may see things at the edges of the field. Ignore them. They cannot reach you as long as the Geller field holds. But they will try to talk. They will use old fears and faces. Sam grips Frodo's hand. We've dealt with talkers before, he says. Gaius checks a data slate. We jump in moments, he says. Time will be strange. The voyage to Terra may feel like weeks. It may feel like days. It may be months outside. Do not trust clocks too much. Legolas watches the stars. To think we now walk between them, he murmurs. Even the elves did not do this. Gimli grunts. If I cannot put my feet on it, I do not trust it, he says. But I will walk your star roads if I must. The lights dim. A low hum begins in the ship's bones. This is it, Celeste says. She bows her head and whispers a short prayer in High Gothic. Space outside the window twists. The stars stretch and smear. Darkness blooms in strange colours. A vast, roiling sea of light and shadow appears, swirling and boiling. The warp. A golden veil snaps into place around the ship, visible only as a faint shimmer on the window's edge. The Geller field, Gaius says. The bubble that tells the warp we are not food. Shapes move in the dark beyond the veil. Some look like wings. Some look like hands. Some look like screaming faces. They press against the golden barrier and slide off, leaving trails of colour. Frodo shivers. Feels like the ring when I put it on, he whispers. Only bigger. Gandalf grips his staff. The crack in his inner guard burns. The warp pushes against it. He holds. Merry stares, wide-eyed. If I wake up and this was all a dream, I'm not sure if I'll be relieved or disappointed, he says. Pippin shrugs. I'll be both, he says. They stay at the window for a time, watching the strange storm outside. Then fatigue pulls them away. They sleep as best they can, in narrow bunks and medici cots, rocking gently in the ship's slow, impossible fall through unreality. Days, or something like days, pass. Aragorn heals slowly, strength returning. He walks the ship's training decks with Gaius, learning the weight of a chainsword and the handling of a bolt pistol, though he still prefers Anduril. Boromir spars with guardsmen, teaching them how to use shields better in close quarters. Your laser guns are fine, he tells them, but when the enemy is in your face, you need more than light. You need walls that move with you. Gimli walks the engine decks, watching tech priests chant to roaring plasma cores. He feels at home among pipes and heat. You sing to your machines, he observes. We must, a tech priest replies. They are old and proud. They sulk if ignored. Legolas sits in quiet, corners, listening. There is no birdsong here, no wind in trees, only the steady thrum of reactors and the soft hiss of air recyclers. He hums his own songs, soft elvish tunes, to remind himself of forests and seas. Merry and Pippin explore as far as they are allowed, getting lost twice and scolded 3 times by crew. They end up in a mess hall full of guardsmen one day, telling stories of Ents and siege towers that walk. The guardsmen laugh, shake their heads, and then go strangely quiet as they realize their own god machines are not so different. Frodo spends most of his time between medici checks and simple walks around the ship's central spine. Sam never leaves his side for long. Sometimes, Frodo stops and presses his hand to the bulkhead. I can feel the warp like a storm outside a house, he says. It wants in. It knows we're here, but it can't find the door as well now. Sam nods. Good, he says. Let it scream outside. We'll stay in with our tea. One day, Varro calls Gandalf to a small strategium chamber near the ship's bridge. The room has no windows. Only dim hollows flicker on the walls, showing strategic maps of the Sol system, of Terra, of the Segmentum, Varro, Gaius, Celeste, and a hooded figure in grey awaiting. "This is Navigator Lycaios," Varro says, nodding to the hooded one. He steers us through the warp, using his third eye. Lycaios bows. His face looks oddly flat, as if muscles are made for different shapes than a normal human's. "You are loud," he says to Gandalf. "In the sea." Gandalf smiles sadly. "I have been told that," he says. Varro gestures to the hollows. "We are 3 subjective days into the voyage," he says. "We should reach Terra's edge in perhaps 10 more if the currents hold. But the warp is disturbed. The tear over Varelia riled it. Kharzur's touch rides the currents, and the thing you did at the scar sent ripples too." Gaius nods. "We have already felt 2 minor disturbances against the Geller field," he says. "Small demonic tests. They failed. But they are probes." Celeste crosses her arms. "There is another matter," she says. "Our dreams." Varro frowns. "You too?" Celeste nods. "Last sleep cycle, I dreamed of a golden throne," she says. "But not the one we know. It was smaller, in a green land. You were sitting on it." She nods at Aragorn, who stands near the door, curious. Everyone smiled. Then the sky turned black and the throne turned to ash under you. Aragorn looks down. "That is what would have happened if I had taken the ring," he says softly. "I would have become a lesser Sauron, a king of ashes." Gandalf leans on the table. "The warp likes to stir old fears," he says. "And Kharzur now knows some of our stories. He will weave them into snares." Varro taps the table. "We cannot stop dreams," he says, "but we can prepare. The mirror we face next will not be a simple daemon. It will be a reflection, twisted." "Mirror?" Sam asks. "Every great soul has a dark reflection in the warp," Lycaios says quietly. "A path they could have taken. The warp likes to show it to them, make them think it is fate." Gaius draws a line on one of the hollows, a simple circle with a dot. "We think Kharzur will try to send such a mirror against you," he says. "Not on Varelia, where the Geller fields and shrine relics were strong. Here, where the ship is alone in the sea, it will speak with your voices. It will offer you what you want most in ways that feel almost right." Celeste looks Gandalf in the eye. "When that comes, you must remember your code," she says. "And we must remember ours. Cost versus dogma versus mercy. This is where they clash." Varro nods. "If the mirror shows you a path that saves more lives by breaking our laws, you may be tempted," he says. "If it shows me a path that keeps doctrine clean but kills you all and leaves the tear for Kharzur, I may be tempted. We must be ready to say no to both." Gandalf smiles a little. "Look at us," he says. 3 stubborn codes, walking into the same storm. No wonder the warp pays attention. The storm comes sooner than they expect. It starts as a shudder in the Geller field. Klaxons blare. Red lights flash. Crew shout. "Warp eddy," booms a Vox voice. "Field integrity at 87% and dropping. Unknown pressure on the forespine." In the Medicae bay, Frodo sits up, heart pounding. His scar flares like it did at the scar. He hears whispers, not outside now, but in his own voice. "You could end it here," his own mind says. "Take the power, steer it right this time. No Mount Doom, no Gollum, no fall." Sam grabs his arm. "Stay with me," he says. "Don't listen." In the training hall, Aragorn stumbles as the deck lurches. He sees a vision. Minas Tirith whole, no scars from the war. Everyone he ever lost alive and laughing. A crown on his head, light and easy, no weight. In the engine decks, Gimli sees halls of stone full of dwarves, laughter and gold. No Balrog, no exile. Legolas sees forests that never fade, seas that never cool. Merry and Pippin see the Shire untouched. No ruffians, no scars, no need for stories about war. Gandalf feels all these visions flash across his mind at once, like many doors opening. "Here it is," he says through clenched teeth. "The mirror." The ship groans. The observation blister's window fills with one shape. A great, shifting figure made of smoke and stars pressed against the Geller barrier. It has 9 faces. They're faces, but wrong. One Frodo with eyes like black pits, carrying a ring of burning warp fire. One Sam with iron chains wrapped around his arms, dragging a line of bound hobbits. One Gandalf with green fire pouring from his staff, towering over a field of ash. One Aragorn in armor made of skulls, his banner a flayed Aquila. One Legolas with wings of shadow. One Gimli with a hammer that smashes cities. One Boromir with 100 rings of power on his fingers. One Merry and one Pippin leading laughing crowds into a burning shire. They stand together, grinning. "We are what you could be," the smoky Gandalf says. His voice is like Gandalf's, but hollow. "We are the fellowship that did not fail. We took the power. We saved everyone. We never had to watch friends die again." The warp thing presses closer. The Geller field ripples. Gaius barks into the Vox. "All hands to battle stations," he shouts. "This is not a normal incursion. Chaplains to reinforcement points. Keep litanies strong." In the chapel, the chaplain slams his crozius on the altar. "Sing," he roars. "Sing as if the throne itself depends on it." Crew and guardsmen chant louder. Hymns roll through the halls. Varro runs toward the observation blister with Celeste and 2 Ultramarines. They burst in to find the Fellowship already there, drawn by the pressure in their minds. The smoky 9 grin wider as they see them. "You feel it," the dark Frodo says to Frodo. "The ache to make it right. This time you would not fail. This time you would not hesitate at the edge of the fire. You would put the knot where it belongs, in your hand." "You could spare him," the chain-wrapped Sam says to Sam, nodding at Frodo. "Take the burden yourself, the whole burden. You have always wanted to. You could carry everything, every pain, every choice." He could rest. Sam sways. For a heartbeat, that sounds beautiful. The skull-armored Aragorn speaks to Aragorn. "Why share it?" he asks. "You know how to rule. You know what is right. You could end bickering councils and weak lords. One will, one sword. No more Pelennors. No more helpless watching." The green fire Gandalf speaks to Gandalf. "You have been a servant for so long," he says. "Always the one in the shadows, nudging kings and hobbits. Take the front for once. Take the sea. Shape it. You would be kinder than these inquisitors." Each mirror self speaks to its own. Legolas hears, "You could guard every forest from every age if you bend all roads through your trees." Gimli hears, "You could rebuild every hall, never fear a Balrog again, if you hold the fire in your own hand." Boromir hears, "You can save Gondor, not just once, always. Every city, every wall, if you take the rings." Merry and Pippin hear, "You can make sure no one ever hurts the Shire. You can keep it simple and safe forever. Just close the borders. Just burn anyone who threatens it." Varro feels a whisper too. "You could clean the Imperium in one stroke. Fire every world that whispers wrong. Leave only the pure. It would hurt, but then you would be done. No more hard choices. Only the clean cold of ash." Celeste hears, "You could make faith perfect. No doubt, no fear. Everyone kneeling always. No one left to tempt or be tempted. The warp thing pushes. The Geller field dips to 70%. Sirens wail. Gandalf's inner crack burns. He feels the pull to just give in, to stop holding the dam and let it wash through him, shape him into the tall, green fire thing in front of him. He looks at Frodo. Frodo has his eyes squeezed shut. He is shaking. "Sam," Frodo whispers, "don't let go, no matter what I say." Sam grips his hand tighter. "I won't," he says. "I listened to you once at the crack. I won't listen this time if you tell me to fall." Gandalf hobbles closer to the window. He raises his staff, though its glow is dim. "You are not us," he says softly. The smoky Gandalf laughs. "We are all you could be," he says. "All you would be if you stopped pretending that limits are noble and started using what you have." "No," Gandalf says. "You are what we would be if we forgot why we walk." He presses the cracked crystal of his staff against the glass. The warp thing leans close. Its smoky face presses right up to Gandalf's. "Why do you walk?" it hisses. Gandalf thinks of all the long roads, from the Shire to Moria, to Rohan to Gondor, from Virelia's hives to the Null Scar, from this ship to Terra. He thinks of who walked with him. "We walk," he says, "so that others can choose to walk too. Not to move them like pieces on a board. Not to carry them in chains, even chains of love. We walk so that there are still roads at all." He raises his voice. "Look at them," he says, pointing at the Fellowship. "We failed, each of us, in some way. We fell, we broke, and yet we did not stay down. We did not take the power offered. We let others pull us back. That is our flaw and our shield." The Smoky Nine sneer. "Flaws are doors," they say together. "Only if we close them alone," Gandalf answers. He looks back at Sam. "Sam," he says, "say it. The thing you told Frodo at the cracks of doom. The thing you live by." Sam blinks. I said that there's some good in this world, and it's worth fighting for," he says. He says it now, voice shaking but clear. "There's some good in this world," Sam says to the warp storm, "and it's worth fighting for." The words are simple. They land like stones. Behind Gandalf's staff, the cracked crystal glows. Not with green, but with that same clean white of St. Lyria's relic. The echo of the saints' faith wakes. The echo of all the small choices they made, all the no's they spoke to easy answers. The ship itself seems to join. Chanting from the chapel flows through the decks. Hymns from 1,000 throats. Prayers from terrified crew. Mutters from guardsmen clutching cheap charms. Even a tech priest binary prayer over a plasma coil. All those threads of will tug in one direction, away from the easy total control the mirror offers, toward messy, painful, free life. Outside, another light stirs. Far away, beyond the warp, on Terra, the Astronomicon burns. The Emperor's psychic beacon, a great spear of light that cuts through the warp to guide ships, flares brighter for a heartbeat. Its beam touches the Vox Aeternum's navigator. Lycaios gasps, third eye burning behind his hood. He sees the mirror pressing on the ship. He sees the Fellowship standing before it. He screams a single word into the warp, not in low Gothic, not in high, but in raw thought. "Come." The Astronomicon's light wraps around the ship's Geller field like a second skin. The golden veil brightens. The Smoky Nine recoil, hissing. "Not yet," a voice booms in the warp. Not Kharzur's, not the mirror's, not Gandalf's. Something vast and broken and still burning. "Reach the throne," the voice says. "Then choose." The mirror snarls. "You cannot keep them forever. it spits. Long enough, the vast voice replies. The Astronomican's flare surges once more. The mirror shatters. The smoky nine tear apart like mist in a high wind. Faces stretch, twist, and vanish. The pressure on minds eases. The Geller field stabilizes at full strength again. Crew sag in relief. Alarms quiet. Varro leans against the bulkhead, sweat on his forehead. Was that? He starts. Celeste nods, breathing hard. Yes, she says. He noticed. Gandalf lowers his staff. His legs tremble. The Supreme Authority has called us, he says, and told the storm to leave us alone, for now. Frodo slumps against Sam. I almost said yes, he whispers. Again. Sam squeezes him. You didn't, he says. That's what counts. Aragorn takes a deep breath. He told us to reach the throne, he says, so we had better do it. We do not waste such a call. Power scaling interlude sequence begins as Varro speaks, voice rough but steady. That flare was not free, Varro says. The Emperor cannot simply wave away every warp threat. Each time he pushes like that, it strains the Astronomican and the souls bound to it. From now on, you carry a mark of that attention. You are under a kind of guard, but also a weight. You can lean on that light in moments of true need, to push back temptations like this mirror, or to steady fragile minds, but only a few times before the strain starts to scar you and the beacon both. Every use will cost Gandalf more of his inner strength, age Frodo faster in spirit, and draw Kharzur's eye like a torch in the dark. The rest of the voyage passes in a tense calm. The warp still seethes outside, but it no longer presses so hard. Kharzur's presence withdraws a little, forced to circle rather than strike. Gandalf sleeps heavily for the first time in many days. His dreams are a strange mix of grey plains and golden light. He wakes, feeling both older and clearer. Frodo's scar hurts less often now. When it does, he thinks of Sendliria on her bridge, of Sam's words, and of the Astronomican's flare. The pain fades quicker. Varro spends long hours in the chapel, not praying for victory, but for clarity. Celeste walks the ship, speaking to crew, correcting small lapses in discipline, offering quiet words when fear shows in eyes. She tells them, in simple terms, that the Emperor himself told them to come. That seems to calm many. At last, one day, the ship's bells ring in a different pattern. Translation to real space in 10 minutes, the Vox announces. Prepare for emergence in Sol system. All hands secure. The Fellowship gathers again at the observation blister. This time, when space twists, the warp falls away instead of rising. The golden veil fades. Stars snap into clarity. One of them is huge and bright before them. A yellow-white sun. There, Gaius says quietly. Sol. Planets arc around it. Warships patrol in thick layers. Defense stations glitter. In the distance, a small, pale world hangs wrapped in lines of metal and light. Holy Terra. Aragorn's breath catches. That is, Earth, he says. The old name. The cradle. Varro nods. Long broken, he says. Long fought over. Still the heart of our rotten, stubborn species. As they coast closer, details sharpen. Massive bastions in orbit, bristling with guns. Stations shaped like vast skulls and eagles, each large enough to dwarf hives. Fleets of grey and gold ships moving in complex formations. Asteroid fortresses linger farther out. The Vox Aeternum sends its codes. There is a tense wait as Auspex arrays scan them. Then a reply comes. Inquisition vessel Vox Aeternum, a formal voice says over the Vox. You are cleared to approach Terra proper under escort. Any deviation from assigned course will result in immediate destruction. praise the master of mankind. Two sleek gold and red ships slide into position beside them. Their hulls bear the sigil of the Adeptus Custodes. Our escort, Varro says. That is unusual. They rarely leave orbit. Someone is paying close attention. Gaius nods. We are expected, he says. The cruiser glides toward the planet. As they get closer, Terra's surface becomes a patchwork of continent-sized cities and seas of ash. A thick band of grey air wraps the world. Lightning flickers in high clouds. At the centre of one great landmass rises a sight that steals even Legolas's breath. A city that is also a fortress. Walls miles high. Spires that pierce the sky. A single vast complex of towers, domes and battlements that spreads across a continent. The Imperial Palace. Gold glints on roofs and statues. Giant aquillas span canyons. Bridges as wide as rivers link towers. Even from orbit, it is clear. This is a place built to awe and to last. The Vox Aeternum breaks from its orbit and descends toward a landing tower. Flames lick its hull as it hits atmosphere. Turbulence rattles the decks. Sam grips a handhold. Why is the ground always so hard to get to in this age? He mutters. First hives, now this. The ship's engines roar. It levels out. A vast landing platform rises to meet it, ringed with gun towers and statues. They land. When the ramp lowers, the air that spills in is thin and smells of dust, incense, and old stone. At the base of the ramp stand warriors in gold. They are taller than space marines, their armor a rich polished gold chased with red. Plumes rise from their helms. Their spears glow faintly at the tips. Their cloaks are deep crimson. The Adeptus Custodes. Beside them stand figures in plain, pale armor with blank-faced helms and no insignia. The air around them feels wrong, quiet in an uncomfortable way. Sisters of Silence, Varro murmurs. Nulls, blanks, souls that give nothing to the warp. Their presence cancels psychic noise. Gandalf feels it at once. The crack in his inner guard goes numb. The warp's whisper drops to a distant murmur. It is like stepping from a noisy hall into a deep cellar. He sways for a second as the sudden silence catches him off guard. A custodian steps forward. His armor bears extra filigree. His helm is off, tucked under one arm, revealing a stern, ageless face. His eyes are sharp. I am Tribune Alecton of the Adeptus Custodes, he says. By the Regent's writ and the Throne's watch, I greet the Inquisitor Varro Lyeth, Captain Gaius Draconis, Sister Celeste, and their companions. His gaze moves to the Fellowship. There is no scorn there, only careful weighing. You have walked into storms beyond your time, Alecton says to them. Now you walk into the oldest storm of all. You will leave all weapons here. Aragorn grips Andril's hilt, then nods slowly. He draws the sword and kneels, offering it hilt first. This blade was forged from the sword that cut the ring from the Dark Lord's hand, he says. It has stood against many shadows. I do not give it up lightly, but I trust that you will not treat it as a trinket. Alecton takes the sword. He holds it up, examining the runes. He nods once. This is no toy, he says. We will treat it as a relic until it is returned, if it is returned. Gimli grumbles as he hands over his axe. If you lose that, I will come back and shave your plumes, he mutters. Legolas gives up his bow with a small, sad smile. Merry and Pippin give over their short swords, fingers lingering a moment on the hilts. Gandalf hesitates over his staff. Alecton studies him. The throne's hall will not suffer unbound warp staves, he says, but this is more than wood, I think. Gandalf nods. It is also a crutch for an old man, he says. I will walk this one road without it. He lays the staff down. He feels the loss as if laying aside a limb. The Sisters of Silence move closer. Their blank auras wash over the Fellowship like cold water. Frodo's scar goes quiet. Gandalf's inner crack feels sealed, but in a dead, numb way, not healed. Sam shivers. "I don't like this," Sam whispers. "Feels like when the ring tried to smother everything. Only empty." Celeste nods. "I have always found their presence unsettling," she admits. "But they are needed, here if anywhere." Allecthon gestures. "Follow." They walk. They pass through massive doors carved with scenes of war, sacrifice and saints. They move along halls so wide a dragon could fly through them. Roof lost in shadow. Statues of the Emperor in many forms line the walls. Warrior, judge, shepherd, burning sun. Servitors sweep the floors. Incense braziers line the paths. Silent scribes write notes on long scrolls. At times, they pass groups of officials in fine robes, flanked by guards. These men and women glance at the Fellowship with varied expressions: curiosity, disdain, fear, faint hope. Varro keeps his head high. He walks as one who has earned this path. Gaius moves with calm soldier's ease. Celeste's eyes flick everywhere, alert. At last, they come to a set of doors unlike the others. They are not carved with scenes. They are plain. They hum softly, as if full of hidden machinery. 2 custodians stand before them, spears crossed. Allecthon turns. "Beyond this point," he says, "many who walk do not come back the same. Some do not come back at all. You will see the master of mankind as he is now, not as songs say." He looks at Gandalf and Frodo. "You especially," he says. "His gaze will find the cracks in you. It may hurt." Gandalf smiles faintly. "We are used to such stares," he says. "We looked into Sauron's eye. We can look into this." Frodo swallows. "I will not wear any more chains," he says. "Not even golden ones." Sam pats his shoulder. "I'll be right here," he says. "If he's too bright, you can hide behind me." Allecthon raises a hand. The doors slide open. Sound drops away. They step into a vast, dim hall. The air is heavy and still, tasting of dust and old blood. The floor is a mosaic of skulls and symbols, worn by 10,000 years of boots. Columns rise into the dark, carved with angels and warriors. At the far end, up a long, wide ramp, sits the golden throne. It is not a simple seat. It is a mountain of cables, pistons, and gleaming panels, all wrapped around a central high-backed chair. Above, a vast machine studded with lenses and pylons hums with caged power. On the throne sits a figure. He is immense, or he was. Now he is a withered husk, held in place by bands of gold and tubes that run into his flesh. His armor, once bright, is cracked and darkened. His face is half a skull, half a mask of dried flesh. His eyes are empty sockets, but light burns, not from the sockets, from everywhere around him, from the machine, from the air, from the bones. A pressure, a weight of presence that makes even Gandalf feel small, the Emperor of mankind. Before the throne, at a respectful distance, stand a group of robed figures, the High Lord's envoys, scribes, mechanicus, adepts. They fall silent as the Fellowship and their escort enters. Allecthon and the other custodes kneel. Varro bows deeply. Gaius drops to one knee. Celeste kneels, head bowed. The Fellowship stand. They do not kneel, not out of pride, out of confusion. This is not their king, not their god. They feel awe, fear, pressure, but they do not know the right gesture. Gandalf bows at the waist, deep and respectful. "Lord of this age's men," he says softly, "we come at your servant's summons." The hall remains silent. Then something brushes their minds. It is not a voice in the way Kharzur's was. not a whisper in words. It is more like a pressure that shapes their thoughts, a light that passes through their memories, seeing them from inside. Frodo gasps. He sees in a flash his life. The Shire, the Ring, the Journey, Viralia, the Tear, Kharzur, the Mirror. It all flips past like pages. He feels no hate in the gaze, no warmth either, only a deep, heavy attention. Gandalf staggers as his own long past is pulled up, far beyond Middle-earth, far beyond even this universe's history. He feels old names stir. Maya, servant of the secret fire. He feels the light on the other side of the sea. The Emperor's gaze pauses there. There is a flicker. Recognition? Surprise? It is hard to tell. Aragorn feels his line of kings wade. Boromir feels his failure at Amon Hen burn through. Legolas feels the long ache of the elves. Gimli feels the pride of dwarves. Merry and Pippin feel their small, stubborn choices. Varro feels every exterminatus order he has signed press back into his heart. Every world he spared. Every time he may have been wrong. Celeste feels every time she burned a witch. Every time she held back. Every time a doubt crossed her mind. The pressure eases. Then, for the first time in 10,000 years, the Emperor speaks in a way mortals can understand. Not with his mouth, with a wave of thought that shapes itself into clear meaning. You walk from another tale. The words appear in their minds, heavy and bright. Gandalf bows again. Yes, he says, we fought a Dark Lord in another age, in another world. His fall sent a wound through the sea between worlds. That wound opened here. We followed to keep it from swallowing both. You carry his echo and your own scars. The Emperor's thought touches Frodo's chest. Frodo winces. Yes, he whispers. I carry the place where his knife was, where his ring sat. I thought it was just my burden. Now I see it is a door others can try to use. You refused power once and failed, yet your failure still saved your world. Frodo flinches. Shame pricks him. I claim the ring, he says, voice small. At the end, I did not throw it in. I failed. Only Gollum's madness finished the task. You walk still. That is what matters. The Emperor's thought is not gentle, but it is not cruel. It is like stone, hard, clear. He turns his attention to Gandalf. You are not of this cycle, not of this design. You served a fire before my stars burned hot, yet you bind yourself to small lives again and again. Gandalf smiles faintly. Someone must, he says. The great powers are too busy playing with whole ages. Someone must care for what is underfoot. Your crack is real. The daemon's blade cut deep. If you open yourself fully to the warp, you will become a lightning rod and a lance. You will close this wound and open others far worse. Gandalf's shoulders sag. I feared as much, he says quietly. The Emperor's presence shifts to Varro and Gaius. You build walls of law and steel. You have held the species through 10 millennia of night. You have also crushed millions who might have been more than fuel. Varro swallows. We did what we thought we must, he says, with what we knew. You knew only half the board. The thought is not an accusation, more a statement of fact. The Emperor's attention returns to the Fellowship, your ethic. Walk into shadow for others. Refuse power that would chain choice. That code has value here. Images flash through their minds. Worlds burning under exterminatus fire. Worlds saved by last stands. Worlds where a single psyker child spared grows into a hero. Worlds where that child becomes a demon host. It is a flood of choices. No perfect lines, no total wins, only trade after trade. Victory is not clean. The thought hits like a hammer. Victory is not everyone lives. That is a child's dream. Victory is enough live, and what they live for is worth their dead. Frodo trembles. He thinks of the Shire, of all who died so it could wake up to quiet mornings and small songs. Aragorn thinks of those who fell at Pelennor and the Black Gate. Varro thinks of worlds he burned and wonders again if those deaths bought enough. You have 3 gifts to offer this age. The Emperor's voice shapes the next images carefully. 1. Your scar, the knot you have loosened. With it, you can learn to unwind other wounds, like the one over Varelia, without taking their power into yourself. But every knot you undo will hurt you more. You may not survive many. Frodo nods slowly. I did not expect to live forever, he whispers. 2. Your fellowship, your ability to bind hearts, so that when one falls, others pull them back. This is a talent my empire has lost. It knows how to command, not how to walk beside. Images flash, squads of guardsmen left to die, inquisitors who work alone, broken psychers chained, not supported. And then, in contrast, the fellowship hauling each other out of snow, out of despair, out of fire. 3. Your outside eyes. You can look at my laws and say, this saves, and this only hides fear. You can be a mirror that does not come from the warp. Gandalf nods. We can offer these, he says, but we are few and tired. The Emperor's presence dimly shifts to something like a sigh. So am I. For a moment, they feel his weariness. 10,000 years on the throne. 10,000 years of feeding the Astronomicon. 10,000 years of feeling every scream and prayer and warp storm. Then his voice grows firm again. You cannot be everywhere. You cannot save everyone. Neither can I. But you can change how this wound is met and how the next is. Varro speaks, daring a thought back. What do you command, my lord? He asks. What is their mandate, and what is mine concerning them? The Emperor's attention settles on the Inquisitor. You will not kill them. You will not hide them in a vault. You will not parade them as saints. You will treat them as a new kind of blade, sharp, strange, used only when no other tool fits. Varro bows his head. I hear, he says, you will watch them for corruption. If they fall, you will end them or call down fire on whatever world they have poisoned. But you will not preempt that fall out of fear alone. Varro's throat tightens. That will be hard, he admits. Hard things are why you exist. The Emperor's thought returns to the Fellowship. You, little ones, have walked far for your own world. You deserve rest. Yet the road has brought you here, where the choice is not only yours. He shows them 3 paths in images, not yet in full detail. 1. A ship sliding back through the warp, returning them to a healed Middle-earth, the Shire green again, the tear closed. They walk again under their own stars, but memories of this age fade like dreams. 2. The Fellowship scattered across the stars, acting on their own judgment, helping here, resisting there, sometimes clashing with Inquisitors and Astartes, sometimes saving worlds the Imperium would write off. 3. The Fellowship as a sanctioned bound order within the Imperium, under Inquisitorial and Custodian watch, given authority and limits, becoming part of the great grinding machine. You will choose, but not yet. His voice softens, just a fraction. Rest first. Heal what can be healed. Bury what must die. Alekthon raises his head. For a moment, even the Custodian looks moved. The throne has spoken, he says quietly. I have not felt his will so clear in centuries. The robed functionaries at the hall's edge whisper, shocked. Some make the sign of the Aquila over and over. Varro turns to Gandalf and Frodo. You asked for a greater forge, he says. You have stood in its heat. We have our answer. You are neither to be destroyed nor turned loose without check. You are something new we must learn to live with. Gandalf chuckles weakly. That has always been the way of us, he says. Ask Saruman. Frodo looks up at the broken giant on the throne. Thank you, he whispers, for not chaining us, for not burning us just because we are strange. There is no clear reply, but for a heartbeat, the pressure in the hall eases. The light around the throne warms. Sister Celeste wipes tears from under her eyes, ashamed and proud all at once. He trusted, she says. He still can. Alecthon gestures to a side door. Come, he says. There are quarters prepared for you in the palace. You will remain on Terra for a time, under our watch, while the Regent and High Lords formalize what the throne has willed. Gandalf nods. We will not flee, he says. We have nowhere to run from a mind that can bend the warp itself. They turn to go. As they leave the hall, Frodo glances back one last time at the Golden Throne. The Emperor sits, unmoving, but Frodo feels faintly a sense of respect, not warmth, not love. A recognition between two beings who carried too much weight and still refused an easy, cruel path. Outside the throne hall, the noise of the palace returns. Boots, whispers, the clatter of data slates. The Fellowship walk into a new maze. They have been weighed and not burned. Now they must live with what that means. Up to now, the Fellowship has come to Holy Terra, stood before the Golden Throne, and heard the Emperor's will. They have been told they are not to be burned or locked away, but used as a strange new blade, and that they must choose what shape that blade takes. 3 days pass in the Palace of Terra. Time there feels odd. The sun outside is weak behind smog and shield fields. The sky is never really blue. Bells mark the hours. Prayers fill most of them. The Fellowship live in a small wing near one of the inner gardens. The garden is a square of stubborn green in a city of stone and metal. Low trees, a thin pool, some flowers. A painted ceiling above shows a fake blue sky. Sam sits by the pool and stares at the water. At least this bit looks like home, he says. Frodo sits beside him. It feels wrong and right at once, he says, like a picture of a meal when you are hungry. Gimli walks along the stone paths, eyeing the walls. Fine work, he says. Too many skulls. Not enough good, honest stone. Legolas sits in the shade of a tree. He runs his hand over its leaves. Even here life finds cracks, he murmurs. That gives me hope. Aragorn and Boromir walk the perimeter with Gaius, talking quietly about lines of fire and weak spots. Merry and Pippin lie in the grass, looking up at the painted sky. Gandalf leans on a simple walking stick they gave him in place of his staff. He feels lighter and heavier. The Sisters of Silence pass by now and then, smoothing the warp around him into a quiet blur. It gives him a kind of rest. It also reminds him his crack is still there. Inquisitor Varro visits often. He does not bring orders. He brings news and questions. Virelia still stands, he tells them one morning. Kharzur's fleet circles but does not strike. He probes other systems now, looking for easier wounds. But he will not forget that world, or you. Good, Gimli says. I would hate for him to forget who hit his leg. But the tear is still there, Varro adds. Smaller, sullen. Our psychers say it feels tangled, different from other warp scars. It has your fingerprints on it now. Frodo looks down at his chest. So do I, he says. Celeste comes too. She brings simpler things. Stories from guardsmen on the cruiser. Names of sisters who died on Virelia. Little charms from hive workers who sent thanks to the old man with light and the tiny brave king. She hands a small rag doll to Mary. A child in the mid-hive asked if I could give this to the short knights who helped, she says. Mary holds the doll with care. His throat tightens. We are not knights, he says, but we will carry this. On the third night, everything changes. They are all asleep when the dream begins. At first, it seems like any other dream. Quiet scenes, half memory. Then the colors sharpen. The air feels more real. Gandalf stands on a bare plain. No palace walls, no hive towers. Just flat ground stretching to the horizon under a grey sky. The Fellowship stands with him. Varro, Celeste and Gaius are there too. Even Alecthon in gold armour stands at the edge of the group, spear grounded. In front of them rises a simple stone arch. Light fills it. The Emperor's presence brushes their minds again. Not as heavy as in the throne hall, but clear. You ask for paths, see them. The light in the arch widens. 3 roads appear beyond it, side by side, like pictures painted in the air. The first road shows the Shire. Green hills, smoke from chimneys, the party tree, sunlight over fields. Frodo sees himself there, older, sitting on a bench outside Bag End, a book in his lap. Sam is beside him, Rosie's hand in his. Children laugh nearby. There is no ring on Frodo's chain, no war in the sky. The camera pulls back. The warp tear over Varelia closes very slowly without their help. The Imperium fights Kharzur with its usual tools. Some worlds die by exterminatus. Some survive by long sieges. Varro signs more orders that burn hives for the greater good. The Fellowship vanish from all records. A small note in the Emperor's mind. Released. Nothing more. The Emperor's thought shapes the meaning. Path 1. Return. You go back. Your world heals fully. This age forgets you. The tear closes, but slower, with more fire and more dead. Frodo's heart twists. Sam stares at the scene of the Shire. Tears fill his eyes. It looks so right, he whispers. It does, Gandalf says softly. And yet, the second road shows the stars. The Fellowship moves from world to world without clear ties, sometimes with Imperial forces, sometimes against them. They stop a purge here. They open a gate for refugees there. They break a chaos ritual on one world. They teach a governor mercy on another. They also get hunted by some inquisitors who call them heretics. There are bounties on their heads in some sectors, statues in others. We see Frodo older, thinner, still carrying his scar. We see him untying knots at small warp tears, little Varelias on many worlds. Each time, he gets weaker. His hair goes white. His hands shake more. We see Gandalf, crack deepening, choosing again and again not to draw on full warp power. Sometimes he holds. Sometimes he flares too bright and must spend weeks in the quiet of the sisters' auras to recover. We see Aragorn arguing with a cardinal over a town. The town lives. Later, a plague from that town spreads farther than it might have. Did his mercy cost more? No one can say. We see Varro in the background, older, chasing them sometimes, shielding them other times. His own soul frays under conflicting duties. Plan 2. Free agents. You act by your own code alone. You save some the Imperium would burn. You leave others to die because you cannot be everywhere. You may spark wars inside the Imperium as old laws clash with new ways. Gaius watches, jaw tight. That path breaks unity, he says. It could tear the Imperium more than chaos does. Celeste nods. But it also saves souls we would kill from fear, she says softly. It is tempting. Merry and Pippin watch the little victories. A hive spared. A child pulled from a burning hab. They also see towns crushed under war between Inquisitors arguing about the Fellowship. Merry frowns. Our stories are messy, he says, but this looks like too many messes. The third road shows banners. The Fellowship stand on a war world beside Imperial armies. Their emblem is on a standard, a white tree and a golden aquila crossed above a broken ring. They move under orders, but with room to speak. Varro, older, stands with them as a strange kind of ally and handler. He reads from a parchment called the Fellowship Mandate. It sets rules. We see them on Varelia, returning as a named order. We see them on other worlds, called only when a wound in reality appears that normal means cannot handle. They are not sent to ordinary wars. They specialize in knots like the one Frodo untied. At each such wound, Frodo steps forward, scar aching. He unbinds what he can. Gandalf stands beside him, using light in careful slices. Legolas, Gimli, Aragorn, Boromir, Merry, and Pippin guard their flanks with Imperial regiments. Sometimes they argue with local commanders who want to burn whole cities. Sometimes they lose that argument. Sometimes the mandate forces a pause, a trial of small knives before big fires. We see Frodo on a cot after a hard untying, older but still alive. A sister of battle prays over him. Sam sits as always by his side. We see Gandalf, crack still there but bound by new wards laid by Terra's best psychers, custodes and priests. He glows a little dimmer but more stable. We see Mordor-like places in this age softened, not turned to gardens, but not left as open pits either. We also see times when they are not allowed to act, when High Lords say, "No, this planet burns," even if the Fellowship could try. We see the pain in their faces as they stand and watch. Part 3. Sanctioned servants. You act under law and watch. You gain reach and support. You lose the song, freedom to choose every fight. You gain the power to change some fights from inside. The images fade, the plane and arch remain. The Emperor's thought presses in. None of these is clean, none of these is safe, all cost. He pauses, but you must choose which cost you will pay, and who pays with you. The plane falls silent. Gandalf looks at Frodo, at Sam, at the others, at Varro, Celeste, Gaius, Alekthon. This is not just our choice, he says quietly. We are tied to your world now too. Varro folds his arms. My instinct is to keep you under law, he says. Path 3. It lets us limit your risk. It lets you help without breaking the whole Imperium. And it lets you kill us if we go wrong, Gimli says. Varro nods. Yes, he says. Celeste looks at the first path again. The Shire. You have earned rest, she says. If you choose to go home and leave us to our own war, I will not call you cowards. I will call you done. Sam's breath catches. Could we really just go? He asks. Just walk back to party trees and beer and soil. Gandalf looks at the first path's far edge. He sees the Shire whole and safe. He also sees Varelia burning a little more. Sees other Varelias, other hives, other small homes he has now walked through in his mind, suffering without their strange help. We could, he says. We have paid enough, by any fair count. But the world is not fair. And we know these tears now. We know what they do. That knowledge is itself a burden. Frodo stares at the green hills. He wants them like he has never wanted anything. He also remembers one other image from the first road. Himself sitting with a book, writing stories. The tales of the ring, the war, the fellowship. He sees the ink fade from the pages, not because they are lost, but because fewer people need them. There are new stories in that world now, peaceful ones. I would like that, he whispers, to be only a tale in one world again. Sam squeezes his hand. Me too, he says. But, Frodo echoes. He turns to the second path. He sees the scattered deeds, the small, good things. He also sees the chaos they cause inside the Imperium. Factions rising for the Fellowship and against the Fellowship. Civil wars. Life saved in some places. Life lost in others. His own face on wanted posters and on candles in homes. I do not want to be a banner, he says firmly. I had enough of that with the ring. I do not want crowds shouting my name in love or hate. That way would turn us into a story other people fight over, not one we choose. Gandalf nods. Free agents sound noble, he says. But in a realm this large, without any shared rules, we would become a cause instead of a help. I have seen that before. Wizards who said, "Only I know right, follow me." It ended badly. Varro snorts. We have a few of those in the Inquisition, he mutters. Gaius looks at the third path. This one I understand, he says. Duty under law, freedom to act in your proper field, constraint elsewhere. It is how a chapter works, how an Astartes lives. But we are not Astartes, Merry says. We are hobbits, and men, and an elf, and a dwarf. We are used to small councils, not high lords. Celeste looks at Frodo. What do you fear most in the third path? She asks gently. Frodo thinks, I fear becoming part of something so big that our small reasons get crushed, he says. That one day someone will wave our symbol as they order an exterminatus on a world we might have saved and say, this is what the Fellowship would have done. He looks at Varro. I fear being used as a story to make things worse. Varro nods slowly. That is a fair fear, he says. It has happened with saints. Their names used to bless acts they would have wept over. Gandalf turns to Alekthon. You have watched the throne long, he says. What do you see when you look at these paths? The custodian considers. We exist to protect one man and what he stands for, he says. We give up much for that, our own will, our own lives. But in that giving, we shape battles others cannot even see. He looks at the first path. If you go home, you leave us to a war we are already losing slowly, he says. We will not curse you, but we will feel the absence of what you might have done. He looks at the second. If you act freely, you may help many and break more. This Imperium hangs by threads. Too much stress, and it tears. He looks at the third. If you bind yourself to the throne's will, you can change some threads from inside. If you are brave, if you are patient, but you will always have to swallow acts you hate too. Gandalf chuckles softly. So our choice is between different kinds of heartbreak, he says. Yes, Alekthon says simply. Sam takes a deep breath. Then I choose heartbreak, where at least I can still say something, he says. If we go home, we leave these folk to their pain, and we don't get to speak up for them. If we run wild, we speak, but no one has to listen. If we work under law, maybe, just maybe, we get to speak where it matters and sometimes be heard. He looks at Frodo. I don't like the idea of more war, he says, but I like the idea of walking past people who need help even less. Pippin nods. We've already been drawn into this tale, he says. The return home and forget ending was lost when that tear opened over Virelia. We cannot pretend we do not know. Merry sighs. And if we are part of their machine, we can jam it sometimes, he says. Throw a few cogwheels the other way. Gimli grins. 'Cause a few good clogs in bad gears, he says. Legolas looks at the painted visions of forests saved and worlds burned. My people once tried to stand apart, he says. Stay in our woods and ignore the world. It did not work. The darkness reached us anyway. I would rather be out there pushing it back, even if I answer to someone else's horn. Boromir nods, eyes shadowed. I once tried to take a shortcut, he says, to use a great power for Gondor alone. It almost doomed us all. Now we are offered a slower road, hard, full of rules and counsels, but one that may keep us from becoming what we fight. I will take that. Gandalf looks at Frodo. The hobbit is quiet a long time. He stares at the first path, at his own small chair in front of Bag End, at the green hills. Tears run down his face. I want this more than anything, he says. My whole body aches for it, for rest, for soil, for being called only Mr. Baggins again. He turns to the third path, the banner with their symbol, the mandate scroll. I also know something now, he says. There are many shires in this age, little patches of green and grey where people just want to live. They do not look like mine. They are hive habs and agridomes and void ships, but they are home to someone, and something like Mordor is always creeping toward them. He wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. I cannot save them all, he says. We failed to save all in our war too, but we saved enough. We gave them a chance. He looks up at the grey sky of the dream plain. I choose to try to do that here, he says. Even if it means my shire becomes a memory I visit only in sleep. Even if it means some people will order things I hate and use our name in ways I would not. I will stomach that if it means we can stand in some key places and say no when it matters. Sam nods. Then we choose together, he says, because I'm not letting you bear this path alone. Gandalf smiles, sad and proud. So be it, he says. We did not flee from Sauron into the west without first standing at his very gate. We will not flee from this war either, now that we have seen its front. He looks up into the nothing where the Emperor's presence hangs. We choose the third path, he says. Sanctioned servants, bound but not broken, worried but walking, under watch but still ourselves. The Emperor's thought sweeps over them. Accepted. The arch flares. A wave of light rushes out. It hits Gandalf first. He feels it run through his crack like water through a broken dam. It does not erase the crack. It lines it, seals some edges, leaves it as a scar, not an open wound. You will still bleed if you take in too much, the thought says in his mind. But you will not shatter the first time you slip. Use this sparingly. It hits Frodo next. His old scar burns like iron in a fire, then cools. The pull of the warp through it lessens again. It is still a door, but now it has two locks, his own will and the Emperor's light, faint but present. Each knot you untie will strain this spot, the thought says. You may close perhaps a dozen such wounds in this age before you are spent. Choose which ones you give yourself to. The light wraps the whole fellowship. A picture forms in the air before them. Their emblem, the white tree of Gondor, its branches spread. Behind it, a simple circle, broken at one point, where a tiny crack runs out. Over both, a stylized aquila, smaller than the tree and not crushing it, its wings curved like shelter. The image glows, then sinks into their skin over their hearts, leaving no mark but a faint warmth. On Terra, in the real hall, as they sleep, small golden sigils flare briefly on the tunics the palace provided, then fade. The Emperor's thought lays out rules, clear and sharp. You will form a new mandate, not an ordo that hunts, but an order that binds. You will be called the Fellowship of the Tear, in High Gothic, Confraternitas Rimarum. Your operating lines. You act only when wounds in reality appear that normal tools cannot mend. You may request one attempt at a small, precise answer before exterminatus is ordered on any world you touch. You will not command armies. You will travel with task forces led by others like Varro or his peers and advise. You may refuse to use Frodo's scar as bait. You choose when to expose it. You may call upon the Astronomican's flare, a taste of my direct light, only 3 more times in your service. Each use will weaken Gandalf, age Frodo, and strain the beacon. Use it only when all roads end in screaming otherwise. Varro feels these rules settle into his mind too, like law. You, Varro Lyeth, will be their first keeper. You will walk with them, watch them, shield them from your own kind when fear blinds them. And if they fall, you will be the hand that ends them. Varro takes a long breath. I accept, he says. I will hate parts of this, but I will do it. Celeste feels a gentler weight. You, Celeste of the Sororitas, will be their first witness. You will carry their axe back to pulpits and chapels. You will remind the faithful that strange help is still help. You will remind the fellowship that faith must speak for those who cannot. Celeste bows her head. I will, she whispers. Gaius feels less binding, more task. You, Gaius, and your brethren will serve beside them when war demands. Not as their lords, not as their tools, as allies. Gaius bows. By the Codex and the Emperor's will, he says. Alekthon feels a cool line trace his mind. And you, Alekthon, will watch this mandate as you watch all that touches the throne. If it drifts, you will speak for or against it to the regent and to me. The custodian nods once. Understood, he says. The Emperor's presence begins to withdraw. Leave this dream. Wake. The laws will wait when your scribes put ink to them. The real work will not. The plane fades. The fellowship wake in their palace beds, hearts pounding. The faint warmth over their hearts slowly cools. The formal words come 3 days later. They stand in a high hall under painted ceilings. Banners of many Imperium arms hang overhead. High lords or their envoys sit on raised benches. Custodes line the walls. Sisters of Silence stand near each pillar, their blank presence keeping the warp quiet. At the center, on a slightly raised dais, stands Robert Gilliman, Lord Commander and Regent of Terra. He's a giant, even compared to Gaius. Blue armor, gold trim, a face that looks both tired and iron hard. Varro kneels on one knee and presents a scroll. The throne has spoken, he says. We have shaped his will into words. With your leave, Lord Regent, I will read the mandate. Guilliman nods. Read, he says. His voice is calm, heavy with long practice at command. Varro unrolls the scroll. He reads in clear, simple phrases, as if speaking not only to lords, but to the lowest guardsmen. He names the fellowship of the tier. He names their purpose. To answer warp wounds that arise in strange patterns tied to other ages and worlds. To untie such knots without seizing their power. To stand in hard places where the Imperium's usual tools are too blunt. He names their bounds. They shall travel where assigned by inquisitorial writ, custodes guidance, or direct regent order, Varro reads. They shall not command regiments, fleets, or worlds. They shall not be ordered to open new paths into the warp, only to close or stabilize those that form. They may request one measured attempt to save a world from total purgation before exterminators is enacted, save where time or scale makes such attempt madness. He names their overseers. Inquisitor Varro Lyeth, Ordo Hereticus, shall be first keeper of the fellowship, charged to watch for corruption, and to stay the hands of fear that would strike them down without cause, he reads. Should they fall, he is charged to end them swiftly. Varro's voice wavers only a little on that line. He reads Celeste's duty as witness. He reads Alekthon's duty as watcher. He reads the strict rule on the Astronomican flare. The direct light of the throne may be leaned on by this fellowship no more than 3 times in this age. Each use shall be recorded in ink and blood. Each use shall be made when no other path leaves any hope at all. He finishes. Silence holds. Guilliman looks at the fellowship. He knows little of their story beyond reports, but he knows what they are, an anomaly that his father chose not to kill. You are a crack in an old wall, he says bluntly. Cracks can bring down keeps. They can also let in light. The throne wills you to be the second kind. I will trust that, for now. He steps down from his dais and comes closer. He stands before Frodo. You are small, Guilliman says, but the weight you carry is large. Larger even than some Primarchs have borne without breaking. I will not envy your path. I will only say, do not take on more than your share. Let others bleed too. That is why there are armies. Frodo looks up at him. I am learning that, he says, slowly. Guilliman nods. He turns to Gandalf. You look like no psyker I have seen, he says. Yet my father sees you and did not strike. That is enough for me. I will treat you as a strange cousin, not as a witch. But if you ever reach for the full warp sea my father fights, I will put my sword through your heart myself. Gandalf smiles faintly. Fair, he says. If I ever try to drink that sea, I will ask you to. Guilliman looks at Varro next. You are the sharp end of a hard office, he says. You will want to burn these people the first time they flinch. You will resist that. You will remember my father's words. Varro bows his head. Yes, Lord, he says. Guilliman raises his voice to the hall. By the will of the throne and the consent of this council, he says, the fellowship mandate is accepted. Let it be written in the Lex. Let it be carried to segmentum commands. Let it be hated, praised, misused, feared. Let it do its work. He steps back. Electon raises a new banner. White tree, Aquila, broken ring. It hangs beside the old symbols of the Inquisition, the Astartes, the Administratum, the Mechanicus. There is a ripple of murmurs. Some lords look uneasy. Some look angry. Some look curious. A few look quietly glad. Celeste watches the banner rise, eyes bright. We have a name now, she says softly, and a mark. That is the start of a story. Codex note. Segmentum-wide edict, Terra Null 998, formally establishes the Confraternitas Rimarum as a sanctioned, tightly bounded intervention order for anomalous warp breaches, with inquisitorial oversight and throne-level exception clauses. Word spreads. Their new symbol appears in data bursts to sector commands. Some inquisitors snarl at the news. Softness, they call it. A crack for heresy. Others, tired and haunted, tuck the information away. A last resort, they think. Someone to call when I cannot bring myself to push the Exterminatus rune again. On a distant Forge world, a Magos reads the edict and calculates probabilities. New variable, he says. Unknown output, high risk, high possible gain. On a black ship carrying psychers to Terra, a bound child feels a faint warmth in her chest and for a moment does not cry. In the eye of Terra, inside a twisted warship, Kharzur the Unbound feels the ripple. He stands on a bridge made of bone and iron, watching his fleet drift through warp storms. Lesser demons grovel around him. He sees, in a warp-sheen mirror, the new banner raised on Terra. He laughs. So, he says, the Corpse King chooses to keep his toys. He ties them tight and sharpens them. Interesting. He reaches out with his will, searching for Frodo's scar. He finds it. Duller now. Harder to grip. Lines of golden light woven around it. He pushes. The locks hold. He withdraws. Not angry. Thoughtful. Very well, little door, he murmurs. We will not pull you open like a loose tooth. We will wait until you choose to open yourself in some far, hard place, and then we will see if your fellowship's hands can hold you closed. He turns his gaze to other parts of the galaxy. There are many wounds, he tells his captains. Theirs is only one. Let us pull at others while they are busy sewing their tiny seam. The first test of the Fellowship's new path comes sooner than they hope. 1 week after the mandate is signed, a message arrives from Virelia Prime, not by astropath, but by a relay ship that has crawled through the warp storms with stubborn faith. Varro reads the report in his palace chamber. His face tightens. He calls Gandalf and the others. Virelia's tear is changing, he says. It is not growing wider, but it is deepening. It reaches down now, into old tunnels we did not even know were there. Something sleeps under that hive. The tear is trying to wake it. Gaius, who has returned to his ship but come back to Terra for this meeting, frowns. We left a Titan and a full regiment, he says. They cannot go under the ground if reality itself is twisting there. Varro nods. The Virelia governor invokes the mandate, he says. He asks for the fellowship, officially, under seal. He lays the request scroll on the table. It begins, Gandalf says. He feels tired. He also feels strangely alive. This time, he says, we go with laws on our side, not as strangers who fell from the sky. Frodo places his hand over his heart, where the faint warmth lives under his tunic. Virelia was the first world we saw in this age, he says. It is right we go back to it as our first task under this mandate. Sam nods. We know its alleys now, he says, and its faces. We owe it at least one more try. Celeste smiles grimly. Then the Sisterhood will pack its reliquaries, she says. I suspect we will need St. Lyria on this one too. Gaius bows. The Vox Aeternum is ready, he says. We know the warp currents there now. They are ugly. We can ride them. Varro rolls up the request. I will sign their call, he says. As keeper, I will also write the line that says we may ask for one small attempt before exterminatus. We will see if this new law holds in fire. Gandalf looks at him. You sound almost eager to test it, he says. Varro gives a thin smile. I am an Inquisitor, he says. We live to break laws and make new ones. This time, we do it with the throne's own word behind us. They stand once more on a ship's deck. Once more, they feel the warp press. Once more, they see its shapes through the Geller field. This time, though, they wear small badges with their new emblem. The crew know their name. Some look at them with awe, some with fear, some with tight, careful hope. In the chapel, the chaplain reads from the new mandate after the Litany of Hate. There is also room for the Litany of Holding, he says. Words for those who stand in the storm and try to untie the knots. Merry leans to Pippin. We have a litany, he whispers. Imagine that. Pippin grins. I still prefer breakfast, he says. Gandalf hears them and smiles. His crack still aches. Frodo's scar still pulls. But there is a line now, a purpose written in law, not only in their own hearts. They land on Virelia again. The air smells the same. Smoke, promethium, fear. Lisa, the girl who once watched lights fall from the sky, stands on the same balcony. She is older now, only a little. Lines of worry have already started around her eyes. She works longer shifts in the same mess. She hears the thunder of engines. She looks up. A large gunship roars across the hive, lower than most patrol craft. Its hull is painted in the blue of Ultramarines, the red of the Sororitas, and a new white and gold mark. On its side, in simple, bold lines, she sees it. A tree, A ring. An eagle. She grabs the rail, heart pounding. Her mother comes to the balcony, wiping her hands on a rag. "What is it?" she asks. Lysa points. "The old man light," she breathes. "And the little heroes. They came back. It's their sign." Her mother squints. "The Lord Governor said Terra gave them a name," she says. "Fellowship of the Tear," he called them. Strange title. Lysa smiles, small but stubborn. "Strange is fine," she says. "They stood in front of that hell brute. No one else did." The gunship bangs toward the Null Scar. Bells ring in the hive. Some pray, some curse, some cheer. Inside the gunship, Frodo sits with his back to the hull. He feels the pull of the tear again, like a distant ache. "Back to where we started," he says. Sam sits beside him. "Only this time we know the road a bit," he says, "and the folk on it know we're not just oddities." Aragorn checks his sword. Anduril hangs at his side again. Alekton kept his promise. Legolas checks his bow. Gimli sharpens his axe, new handle and all. Boromir flexes his shield arm. Merry and Pippin whisper, eyes shining with fear and excitement. Gandalf grips his new staff. The palace gave it back to him, with a new crystal at the tip. This one holds a tiny sliver of St. Lyria's relic inside, wrapped in wards. He can feel its weight, its limit, its promise. Varro stands near the cockpit, Vox in his ear, keeping count of guard companies and sister squads. Celeste prays under her breath, fingers moving over a rosary carved from Varelia stone. Gaius sits toward the front, helm in his lap. He leads a small squad of Ultramarines again. Their blue armor gleams. They all feel the same thing, not safety, not certainty, a kind of shared line. "We do this," Gandalf says quietly. "Not because we think we can fix everything, not because we think our way is pure, but because there is a wound that needs hands, and we have hands." Frodo nods. "And because there are people under that tear," he says. "People who, right now, are just trying to live, same as hobbits, same as anyone." Sam smiles. "And because someone has to keep an eye on you wizards and inquisitors," he says. "Make sure you don't go off making big choices without remembering the little folk." Varro actually laughs at that. "Please do," he says. "We are bad at that." The gunship shakes as it hits rough air over the scar. They rise to their feet. The rear ramp drops. Smoke rolls in. The roar of guns and screams of demons flood the hold. They look at each other. 9 faces from another age. Faces marked by old wars and new laws. Faces set toward a wound. "Fellowship of the Tear," Gandalf says. "Forward." They step out into the light of a broken sky. Epilogue. Far from Varelia, in a quiet corner of the galaxy, a rogue trader's ship picks up a rumor. A world near the galactic rim, long thought dead, flickers on auspex for a moment. A brief, sharp spike of warp noise, then silence. A small, odd signal there. A pattern of a tree in a ring. The rogue trader tells an old friend in the administratum. The friend shrugs, files the report, and forgets. The data packet drifts through channels, slow and unnoticed, until it lands on a desk in a dim archive in the inquisitorial fortress of Khardum. An inquisitor named Selene Thrax reads it. She is younger than Varro, colder. She has heard of the Fellowship mandate and does not like it. "Another tear," she murmurs, tapping the report. "And a strange echo. They will want to run to this one, see if their new tricks work." She smiles thin. "Perhaps," she says, "I should be there too, to see if they are tools we can use, or mistakes to cut." She orders a ship prepared. On another front, Eldar Farsers watch threads of fate. In a crystal chamber on a craft world, one Farser draws strands of light over a glowing map of stars, She sees a new thread, bright, small, stubborn, weaving through darker lines. Monkey, she says softly. Primitive ones, old ones, ones that walk out of place. Another Farseer snorts. What of them? He asks. They burn their own worlds and call it duty. These do too, she says. But with more regret. They tie knots instead of cutting them. They might hold one storm for a time. She marks the thread with a tiny rune that means watch. Back on Terra, Alekthon stands in the throne hall. He says nothing. Custodes rarely do. He watches the light around the golden throne. It flickers, not with weakness, with texture. Once, the throne's light was a steady beam. Now there are small ripples, places where decisions like the Fellowship's have been woven into its work. Alekthon thinks of the simple code he heard in Gandalf's dream. Stand where the shadow falls worst, but do not become the wall itself. He does not know yet if this mandate will help his long watch. It might. He turns and walks away, golden cloak whispering over the skull-tiled floor. On Varelia, the war over the Null Scar continues. The Fellowship stand on a broken ledge deep under the hive, facing something that should not be awake. Their new banner hangs in the stale air behind them, tattered but still there. Frodo's hand shakes as he reaches toward a fresh knot in reality. Gandalf's staff glows. Sam grips both their shoulders. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Boromir, Merry and Pippin hold the line with guardsmen and sisters while Varro calls orders and Celeste sings prayers. The outcome is unclear. Their symbol hangs somewhere between hope and tomb. In a mid-hive hab block, Lisa sits by a tiny shrine. She has copied the Fellowship's emblem in chalk on the wall above a battered candle. Blue wax runs down in thin lines. She is not sure what this sign means yet. Not like the two-headed eagle she was born seeing. Not like the skull that means death and duty. This one feels different. Less like a command, more like a promise. She prays in her own simple words. Whoever you are, she whispers to the chalk tree and ring and eagle. Old man light, little heroes, big warriors. Please, please keep trying, even when it hurts. Please remind the great ones up there that we exist down here. The candle flickers. No voice answers. But in a warp-scented chamber under the scar, one small hobbit feels a little warmth in his chest, as if someone somewhere believes this is worth it. He smiles through the pain, and in the vast, silent mind on the golden throne, a tiny weight shifts on a balance. The universe does not tilt, not much, just enough to keep the next choice open.